паралімпійці присвячують всім українцям, які захищають країну від російських окупантів. Також збірна у Пекіні провела акцію під гаслами «Ні війні, мир Україні». Українські спортсмени розгорнули плакати і скандували «Peace for Ukraine».
Thank you to our colleagues in Kyiv from the United Marathon, and we are now back in the studio of Перший Західний. We are working together with our colleagues from Radio 1. We are being broadcast in Броди, Дрогобич, Трускавець, and other towns of Lviv Oblast. So we are back with news update. So in Crimea, it's being reported that the demilitarization of Ukraine is almost complete. They seem to have forgotten about denazification. Reuters is citing one of Russian officials saying that demilitarization of Ukraine is almost complete. Peskov is saying that the war can be stopped at any moment when Ukraine complies with the requirements of Russia. It's important that Ukraine stops fighting. If they do, nobody will be firing at them. They need to amend their constitution, Peskov says. And I'm quite amazed by the words of Peskov, the spokesperson of the Russian president. What does he have to do with our constitution? But still, he's saying that we need to amend our constitution and give up any hopes of entering any military alliances, and he means NATO, obviously. Also, we need to recognize that Crimea is a territory of Russia, and we also need to recognize the Luhansk and Donetsk People's Republics as independent states. This is the end of their demands. So, just to remind you that previous demands of Russians included demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine, implying that there are Nazis running along the streets of Ukraine. They are just claiming that Nazis are jumping out of cars, attacking very civil Russian military men. They are so stupid, I can't with them. Sorry for using such words on air, but who comes up with this stuff? If we follow the Russian rhetorics and the negotiations that are happening with leaders of other countries, Putin has different stories for different presidents. They tell one thing, then they take their words back. They organize human corridors, then they cancel everything, then they start shooting at civilians. Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, has been quite harsh in his criticism of Putin. He was being interviewed, and Figaro is reporting that Macron is criticizing Russia with regard to humanitarian corridors. Russia is being cruel because they don't comply to what they have promised, and it's also quite cynical on the part of Russia to establish humanitarian corridors so that Ukrainians can flee to Russia. Remember this information that Russians are ready to organize humanitarian corridors as long as people flee to the territory of Russia. Macron is saying that this is cruel, that this is moral and political cynicism, and it's unacceptable. And he's criticizing Vladimir Putin for even saying such things out loud. Mikhailo Podolyak, in the meantime, the advisor of the president's office, has reported on the losses of the Ukrainian side. He's saying that Russian Federation has destroyed 210 2 schools, hospitals, and up to 1,500 private buildings. He calls the Russian army the barbarians of the 21st century, and also he is reporting that more than 900 towns and villages in Ukraine have no gas, electricity, and water. The Russian army doesn't know how to fight against other armies, but they are good at killing civilians and terrorizing Ukraine and the other European countries, including the United States. So, Mykolaiv, I decided to follow Vitaly Kim, not to read the interpretations, but get the information from the initial source. What is nice is it's been reported in the morning that there's fighting at the airport, and the Ukrainian armed forces continue to repel the enemy. There was an airstrike, and Mr. Kim is saying that's okay. And currently there is an IFV near the airport which is shelling the cars of civilians. So if you were planning to travel to the airport, please wait until we report that this IFV has been destroyed, and the territorial defense has reached another record. They have destroyed a number of military equipment. Several days ago, the Russian troops advanced in Bashtanka, destroying a checkpoint leading to civilian casualties, but they were stopped. Also near Vyshgorod, the armed forces report that another enemy helicopter was downed. We don't know what's happening. Sometimes those helicopters just randomly catch on fire. A wonderful picture from the armed forces of Ukraine. This is how the world's mightiest army looks like. So, as we are joking, they were threatening to turn the United States into powder, but they just got stuck in Sumy. Another news, the policemen, together with the territorial defense, helped to evacuate several thousand locals, including 200 children who were brought from under the bridge. Today the evacuation has been completed, and yesterday the occupants shot at civilians, resulting in the death of 8 of them. So you mentioned the evacuation of children, and I remember the story of a boy from Zaporizhia. He is 11 years old. Just think about it. He crossed the border by himself, the border with Slovakia. Then in Bratislava he was supposed to be met by his relative. The question is, why did he have to travel alone? He comes from a family with many children, and the mother decided to stay in Ukraine. She is widowed, she has many children, that's why she sent one of her kids to Slovakia alone. He received the necessary help, and he will be helped to reach Bratislava, where he will meet his family. If we continue the topic of international pressure against Russia, the EU is preparing a new package of sanctions against the ports and ships of Russia, as reported by Bloomberg. So this package of sanctions is almost ready and will be implemented as early as Tuesday, and Ursula von der Leyen claimed that on Monday she will be discussing a new sanctions package with the Prime Minister of Italy, Mario Draghi, and the President of the EU says that they need to make sure that there will be maximum effect to these sanctions, and since the Kremlin is indiscriminately bombing the civilians, they will be continuing their work on the sanctions. Also, additional news coming from abroad. So this has been reported by Українська Правда. The plane of Viktor Yanukovych, it's not his plane, but the plane of Viktor Yanukovych was flying on the territory of Russia. There are routes of this plane just traveling between Moscow and other Russian cities, but according to the latest data, this plane of Viktor Yanukovych is currently in Minsk. And we need to remind you that according to different sources, Russia has plans to install Yanukovych as the president of Ukraine. This is the stupidest plan the international community and Ukraine has ever heard. And as the president of Ukraine and the representatives of the office of the president have mentioned, Putin doesn't know anything about the people in Ukraine, and he hasn't even tried. Nobody is waiting for Yanukovych in Ukraine. It seems to be the most idiotic plan Russia could have come up with. If I'm not mistaken, 6 months ago, we had this rating of all the Ukrainian president of the independence era, and Yanukovych had the worst rating with 5 or 6% of support. And those 5-6% came from the regions that are currently being bombed. So why bring back the person that we have forgotten about? He is not just a corpse in the political sense. He is just a shell of a human. He is the one that we have protested against. He is the one that we have ousted. So this plan looks like either Russians are stupid or they are cynical and they are just making a mockery of us. Maybe they are reporting to Putin that today it's the year 2014 and we are still fighting for Kiev. Maybe he still thinks it's the year 2014. But what they are doing just proves that what we are doing is correct. So I need to inform you about what Dmytro Sharangovsky told me. Students from the Ukrainian Catholic University, journalists, and together with creators launched a specific website. This website will help the users to transfer the most important messages about the war. All the messages have been translated into different languages. This is something that they have worked on, and we are going to show you how this website looks like. So share the link to this website. So the name is Post to Stop War in Ukraine. The team has already collected and translated messages for 31 countries of the world. You saved me because my colleagues from the Ukrainian Catholic University also asked me to report on this. I'm closely connected to the Ukrainian Catholic University. So here you have it. We just voiced it on air. It's not just to reach the foreigners, but also if you have friends or relatives living abroad. These are some fine messages translated into English and other languages. So these are 31 countries for which we have translated these messages: Austria, Afghanistan, Belarus, Bosnia, Great Britain, Armenia, Georgia, Denmark, Israel, Iran, Italy, Spain, Kyrgyzstan, China, Latvia, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Russia, Romania, Serbia, the United States, Turkey, Croatia, Sweden, and Japan. So we have a separate press release which I will add to the description of this video. My computer is lagging a little bit today and I cannot open the website to show you how it looks like, but I will just add the description below our YouTube broadcast. There are also messages in the Ukrainian language on the website. It is very important that the messages have been adjusted to a specific country. So it's been decided which message needs to be sent to a specific country. It's quite complicated to meet the narrative so that the people are receptive to the information we send to them. We need to understand that a message for Armenia and a message for Canada or the United States should have different content so that the locals are more receptive. And knowing the staff of the Ukrainian Catholic University, volunteers and journalists, we may be sure that these are very targeted messages which will reach the audience. In the European Union, it's been reported that in the nearest days, the Ukrainian application for joining the EU will be discussed. It's been reported, and to quote, solidarity, friendship and assistance of the EU to Ukraine remain strong, and in the nearest days we will review this application. We all remember the application signed by the Ukrainian president, him wearing military gear, and the Ukrainian head of the parliament and others being present. He did that on the 5th day of the Russian invasion, asking for Ukraine to join the EU immediately, plus the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Dmytro Kuleba, asked to have the Ukrainian application reviewed separately from the applications submitted by Georgia and Moldova. So we have a question from the chat. So how can you get from the railway station to the place where you want to stay at during the curfew? So if you have the permit, everything will be okay, but you have to be ready that you might be stopped and you might be asked questions. The driver needs to have the permit. The other option is for you to stay at the railway station until 6 a.m. and until the moment that public transport starts moving. The other option is for you to take a bus and go to the Arena Lviv Stadium and stay there till the morning. If it's 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning, you can go to Stefanica Street, where there are cars that will pick you up, and you will be accommodated at the Lviv Palace of Arts. This place for you there to stay for the night. There are no showers, but there is a kitchen. You will be fed, you will be given some tea. There are psychologists there that will work with you in case you have children especially, and in the morning you will have to leave because the center asks that people don't stay there during the day. So we have a special guest online with us, Yuri Harun. Yes, Yuri Harun is a journalist, but currently he has changed his occupation. He's defending our state. Glory to Ukraine, Yuri. Glory to its heroes. We understand that you are not in Lviv, that you are somewhere far from the city. What is the situation in your location? Are you supplied with everything necessary? What is the morale of you and the other soldiers? I would like to say that the armed forces of Ukraine are much better equipped and motivated than even in 2014-2015, when I also joined the army as a volunteer. The boys are highly motivated. Everybody who has the military experience joined in the first wave of mobilization. Of course, the military brigades are getting enlarged because we have reservists also joining our ranks. Currently, what I can tell you is that we are staying somewhere near Mariupol. The morale of the Russian army has declined. They are not conducting active operative actions. They cannot even dream of that. They are doing some minor maneuvers with minor advancements near Voznesensk and the Yuzhno-Ukrainsk nuclear power plant. The enemy is suffering losses. Today we have destroyed a huge convoy near Mariupol. Our fighters have repelled the attack on the Mykolaiv airport, and we also have positive news about the destruction of a large number of their helicopters near Mykolaiv. So the advancement in the southern area, in the southern direction, which is apparently strategic for the Russians, that is something they cannot dream about. So how about civilians? Mariupol remains one of the hotspots, and Russians don't even allow for anyone to get into the city. What I can tell you, I know about those towns that we have traveled through. So the locals are very welcoming of the Ukrainian soldiers. They are self-organized. They are bringing food for the Ukrainian soldiers. Apparently, the people will not be welcoming the enemy in their home. They will do everything possible so that the Ukrainian forces stay here. They are welcoming us as their own. Very often, people who see our military men traveling to the front line are concerned about the supplies. They ask whether you need something. So what is the situation? The army is supplied with everything we need. There's no deficit on the front line. People get everything they need. Once they get to the spot, they get bulletproof vests, they get helmets, they get two types of uniforms, winter and summer, they get shoes made in Ukraine. So we cannot say of any shortages in the supplies, but of course, amid the fighting, things were off for sure, and very often we need to have those things replaced. And what I would also like to mention is that as far as volunteering is concerned, people should make sure that the help they are giving is received by a specific battalion or brigade. So please ask a question: which unit is being supported by your help? And also ask question: what are the specific needs? Ask these questions, because when you see those Facebook posts, you may think that there is a deficit of bulletproof vests or helmets. But I can assure you that's not the case. I don't know about the territorial defense. I don't know what they are doing at the moment in Lviv and in other cities. But please be careful about the distribution of funds that you are sending to support the army. Thank you, Yura. Thank you for being with us on air. We understand that you are in the hotspot, so we are letting you go, but Thanks again. It was Yuri Herun, a journalist currently serving as a defender of Ukraine, who is keeping our skies safe and who is keeping our land safe. Thank you, Yura. Glory to Ukraine, glory to its heroes. Towards the victory. We are waiting for Yura and the other guys to come back with the victory. In the meantime, we have another guest in our studio. We just spoke to Yuri Herun, and now we have Ivana Herus here with us, deputy of the Lviv Oblast Council and one of the coordinators of the distribution center at Arena Lviv Stadium, which is helping the internally displaced and not just them. Welcome, Ivanka. Glory to Ukraine. Welcome to its heroes. So what is the situation at the distribution center? Yesterday we had some volunteers with us and they told us that there's no space at the Arena Lviv left because it's oversaturated with internally displaced. Yes, the number of people getting to the city is increasing day by day. The trains helped with that. Since we are not accommodating people at the arena, but we are trying to find places for people to stay for the night, we have contacts with local communities and people can be accommodated in Lviv region, but many people don't want to leave Lviv. They want to stay here and not travel to smaller towns in the region, but we are trying to convince them that it's the right thing to do because there is no place here. So they either stay for the night or they decide to move to the border. So if we speak about nights, we no longer have enough space to put mattresses and for people to stay for the night. We have enough bed linen, pillows and duvets, but people need to understand that Lviv will not be able to receive everyone coming from cities in the east. But there are smaller towns in Lviv Oblast. There are other regions in western Ukraine. But the thing is that people want to travel to the border, but they don't want to stay in line. You can go to Yahudin. There are no lines there. When somebody calls the hotline, I tell them, go to Lutsk, go to Zakarpattia. They are ready to accept you. The trains coming to those regions are almost empty, but for some reason, people think that Lviv is the closest city to the border. That's why they are coming here in droves. Yesterday we had a conversation with the deputy head of military administration, Vitaly Zahaidny, and he told us that they are considering creating a hub in Stry so that people don't stay in Lviv but move to Stry and from there get to the border or travel to Zakarpattia. We also have a border with Romania and Slovakia. It's not just Poland. And today we also had representatives of our local communities from Drohobych, from Horodok. They are all ready to accept the internally displaced, but for some reason internally displaced people don't want to leave Lviv. There's no more space at the railway station, at the arena Lviv. This is something that would be very helpful. Just getting people in some buildings for the night, even Sport Life, the gym, has opened its doors to accommodate the internally displaced. They can receive up to 500 people for the night. So they say that in one of their gyms they have space for 150 people, but in reality up to 250 come. The reality is that people refuse to leave. And if we are picking people from the railway station, we are telling them directly directly that they will not be accommodated in the city. We have buses which can take them to other localities. Why not go to Turka in Lviv Oblast? It's in the Carpathians, but when people hear it's 100 kilometers away from the city, they refuse. So I'm just right now reading this information from the website of the military administration, and they are saying that there will be smaller towns in the region which will be accepting more internally displaced. How do you coordinate the works? So you thought that yesterday the Yanukovych palace opened its doors to the internally displaced. So we are trying to do the coordination by phone. If we learn that Sport Life opened its doors for the night, we call them and ask them if they have place. And we sent some 20 or 100 people there. So we are having phone conversations. There are very many spots which offer accommodation. There are two outlets, two resources, one developed by the Cabinet of Ministers and the other one developed here in Western Ukraine. So do you communicate with them? Or do people look for accommodation by themselves? We haven't talked to them, so people can either call the hotline or just send DMs to those who deal with accommodation and who are ready to accept a family, a woman with a child, etc., etc. So we have this database which we try to update to get the whole picture of how many places are still available. So we are trying to do these phone calls. I have seen this column of buses traveling to Arena Lviv. Do you have the same buses that take people to the border? No, we don't have buses. We have volunteers who come and pick up people, 5, 2. If there are people who want to travel back to the railway station, if somebody has come here from Poltava and they want to get to the railway station and get on a train to the border, then we are taking them there. If people want to travel to Stray, Drohobych or other towns in Lviv region, we also offer them the pickup and they are taken there by bus. So we have the Prevokzalny market and there are some facilities there. So yes, it's been already reported that those facilities will be used. And it would be more convenient even. So, is the block post prior to Arena Lviv or after that? On both sides, depending which side you're coming from. Have you had cases with your drivers not having permits? The bus drivers, they all have permits. I don't have one. I'm a volunteer, but I don't have one. How come? I submitted information, but I was stopped today at the block post, and they saw, yes, you work at the regional administration, no, but at the regional council. So they let me go.
Наші не роблять огляди, ну, принаймні, вони оглядають, але нема проблеми з тим. Тобто треба почекати.
But I would like to say that actually we don't have any problems with block posts. You know why we ask? Because we had Liana Mitsko yesterday in our studio and she said that there was a case when a driver was afraid of being checked at the block post and he just let people go from his car close to Victoria Gardens and then these people were to be picked up by cars. But that was a rather occasional case because most people with whom we work as volunteers ask us about this issue and we tell them that yes, your cars will be inspected, but you are bringing displaced persons, so there will not be any problem with that. Or sometimes if our driver doesn't have a permit, one of our representatives goes with this bus goes to some Zhedachie or some other village and town and gets back. But you know, there is a problem to find a driver, right? I've already mentioned the situation when guys give a call and some drivers go to the armed forces, and this happens like overnight. No, we have a certain pool of drivers. They represent some municipal company or a regional pool of drivers, and normally they find a substitution whenever it's necessary. Do you have any psychologists on the Ren Lviv? Yes, we have 2 or 3 volunteer psychologists who speak to displaced persons. And do you face any problems with displaced people? Because in Stefanik 11 there were some people with post-traumatic syndrome, and there are a lot of people with traumas and already with some losses. So how do you work with these people? Do you have any additional work with them? No, no additional work, but mostly we have problems with people with disabilities coming to our region. Like we have a man and a woman from some residential hostel. They have some disabilities, and it's really difficult to help them because there are not that many places where they could be provided any professional help. As far as psychological state of people is concerned, well, there are a lot of people whom I tell that there is a car, they can take you to the border, but the person doesn't know whether he or she is willing to go to the border or not. And, well, there are some HCPs who could give them some drugs, there are some psychologists, but it's their decision. And my personal opinion is that the people who have come to Lviv still don't show those stresses, those mental disorders which they have after stress, because their way is not yet over. They still need to develop this itinerary, how to leave Ukraine and go abroad, and they are still controlling their emotions. I know that in Stefanik 11, people can stay for some 4 hours with some tea and coffee and cookies. So what about food? What about provisions? Because on the first days we used to have everything, because everyone volunteered to help. What about the current situation? You know, it's a very difficult process because we take turns, and, for example, in the night, volunteers write to me that no food. And then in the morning, when I arrive to Lviv, I see that there is already plenty of food. We have well-established coordination with some international kitchen and something organization, don't remember its name, and they cooperate with our fast company, and 3 times a day hot food is brought to Lviv, which is 300 portions, and we have microwave ovens, no problem about that, but there is a problem in the night time, because people are going here and there by buses from far away regions, and we try to give some food to them, some hot food, and it's a problem to find this food and to cook it, actually. But I think that in a couple of days we will use the help offered by the UNDP, and I think that even in the night time we will have this need met. We already know what the problems could be, and these are the problems with some sanitation goods, with some food. You know, in the morning, the military administration wrote that you need some food. Is it the current need, or is it for the future? This is for the future. But you know, it's very quick. Just we spend this food very quickly. Maybe I've missed this information because, you know, there is a lot of chaos, and all of us are also volunteers dealing with some other issues. So, for example, I have a need to organize some issues for the family which resides at my place. So, are you addressed? I mean, Arena Lviv, is Arena Lviv addressed by private families ready to take some families? Yeah, I have a guy who comes on a daily basis, but he comes there every day just to have a look at the people, and he needs to find the people whom he would be ready to take. We have a database of people who are ready to host some families, and we try to coordinate this activity. Let me have one comment, because we discussed with our colleagues the issue of accommodation fees, and people from Kyiv and from the regions claim that Lviv now has higher rates for accommodation. That's true. Some of them are trying to earn on that, but today in the network, in the media, I found a comment by one respectable man who wrote that in 2014, when the events in the east started, a lot of people from the east of Ukraine also bought accommodations, bought apartments in Lviv, which still belong to them. So now that's a great issue and a great question. Who has higher prices for accommodation? Who sets those high accommodation fees? I'm not trying to say anything, but I was also looking for an apartment at some point of time, and while looking for it, 50% of the apartments in Lviv did not belong to Lviv residents. These were people from Kyiv, Kharkiv, Dnipropetrovsk regions, from Chervonograd, Drohobych, Truskavets. One lady said that, I bought it for my son who is now abroad. Maybe he would be willing to get back to Ukraine and he would like to live in Lviv. It looks as if we were trying to advocate our Lviv residents, but we are just urging the people to think rationally. And, people think that we have more information. That's why they keep contacting us, asking for some apartments, and we are urging our residents, if you have any apartments, we have this humanitarian headquarters, we have Arena Lviv, the distribution center. Please address these institutions if you can host a family or if you can rent an apartment. So we are urging you to do this and not to set inflated accommodation fees, because I've heard $30,000 for an apartment per month. So it's easier to probably buy an apartment, right, than to pay such a price. So we need to realize that there is a boomerang effect, and you don't know what you're going to face in the future. We wonder that we have a lot of work. In case you have any information about the needs, we are ready to voice this information in our studio, because there are still a lot of people who are ready to come to bring something, to bring some sausage for sandwiches or some clothes. So thank you for finding some time to go through a number of blog posts from Arena Lviv to our studio. Thank you for this. So this is Ivana, the Deputy of the Regional Council. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Let's get back to some funny stories. People keep asking, there is a rumor that all the pictures dedicated to the 8th of March in Viber are a virus. Yes, absolutely all the pictures in Viber are a virus, because virus has a negative effect on the emotions of other people. Of course, do not send any spam. Viruses can generally be found in any links which are not known to you. Don't open these links, don't trust this information, and don't introduce your personal data to a link, because that is the way for the enemy to collect information about you and to use it. I don't remember when the 8th of March is coming. Is it tomorrow? Yes, it's tomorrow. Today is the 7th of March. And the Navy of Ukraine confirmed that the Marine Infantry defending Odessa have attacked the Russian ship and destroyed it. And we have some analytical data about the Russian army. This is the analytics from the Estonian media, where they had a briefing, a press conference from the Ministry of Defense of Estonia. Europejska Pravda says about this, and this is what they informed. The Russian troops, while attacking Ukraine, have lost about a quarter of their machinery focused on the border staying on the border before the beginning of the war. But you shouldn't expect that the troops will lack ammunition and machinery, military machinery. Estonian media claim that this has been said by the intelligence center head Marko Grosbarha. I will not pronounce this surname once again because probably I mispronounce it. Mainly, they have lost 1/4 of their vehicles and machinery, but anyway, they have more. And 1/3 of all the Russian army has passed the border of Ukraine, which means that 2/3 are still at the border. It's not a very pleasant piece of news, but on the other hand, let me remind you that in the morning, I already told you I had some talks between Russians available on the internet, where one military man said that from Belarus 60 tanks have gone to help them, but 50 out of them did not reach their place, either got broken or were destroyed. Today is already the 12th day of war, and on the 5th day of war, Russians ask Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan to provide military machinery to them. Do you know anything about these two countries and their armies? I think nothing. So just imagine that Russia has been asking these countries with no army and no vehicles. You know, it's one thing to have a parade on the Red Square, and to write that we have 300 airplanes, this is one thing, but to have these airplanes ready, to have the pilots for them, and to have them on alert and in operational activity is an absolutely different thing. And the same refers to missiles and to all the other military equipment. So on the one hand, that is a large figure, but on the other hand, quite a large percentage of it cannot fight. And the best evidence is this column of Belarus machinery, which is really long, but it is long only because most of them have got broken on their way and have stopped. Yeah. You are definitely watching another piece of news, which is the negotiations between the Ukrainian and Belarus, Russian delegation in Belarus. The third round of negotiations has been started, which in fact has been confirmed by the Embassy of Russia in Belarus and the advisor to the Office of the President, Podolyak. This third round started in Lvivska Pushcha at about 4:20, I guess that it was exactly the time when it was planned. Let me remind you that during the second round of negotiations, the Ukrainian and Russian sides agreed on the humanitarian corridors, but you can see that even after reaching this agreement, the Russian Federation does not keep to this agreement, keeping firing at civilians and children who are being evacuated by trains. And we also saw some videos of private car firing when they were leaving the hotspots. So let's watch what the final result of the third round is going to be. About half an hour ago, we informed you that Russians speak about demilitarization, but have forgotten about denazification, but they still want Ukraine to acknowledge that Crimea, Donetsk, Luhansk regions belong to Russia, and they want Ukraine to stop military actions, which sounds rather funny to hear that from the Russian side. And we have also mentioned the story about Kontakte with the Russian dealing with SMMs, who wrote that advertisement has been blocked everywhere, so he suggested moving to advertisement in Kontakte. But to protest to the actions of the Russian Federation, all foreigners have left the management of Kontakte media, so I hope that these foreigners will also block advertisement in the Russian territory of Kontakte. So, you know, I like to follow Vitaly Kim, his official webpage, and not the group Nash Crush Vitaly Kim, but for us to take official information. He says that there was a tank attack close to the airport, but the Russians were defeated. They are retreating, and about
телефонуйте.
20, there are about 20 people within their military brigade, so he asks civilians to look for these people. And let's watch a video on Lviv about people who are waving disguising nets. So this is the center of Lviv, where people are doing this on 3 stories. Several hundreds of volunteers are producing them, and about from 30 to 100 nets can be produced within 1 day. Well, these are ordinary canvases, tissues which we have, and clothes which we have collected, and all this could be the basis for the disguising nets. You can see people taking any fabric of the necessary color, which could also be changed. So I can take a strip of the fabric, I choose the place to put it, and then I take the next one in black where the same color could be put. The volunteers include not only young people, but here is Nina, an old lady who is sure that everybody may join in this work. It's better to help with anything than just to watch it all. This is our country, and we need to make our contribution to the overall victory to make it closer. I have no doubt that victory will be ours. Volunteers are asked by coordinators to get registered via social media because we have enough volunteers. I guess that there are 2 main points for those nets. This is here in Porkhova Vaja and Lazarenka Street, but all in all we have about 55 centers where people are doing this. And they are sending it either directly by the armed forces or the volunteers organize their delivery to hotspots. Let's get back to our studio, Перший Західний. And before we speak to our guest, I need to give the answer to the question which I've been asked. The question is, in what regions people will have a chance to get 6,500 hryvnias? And there is already the decree which includes Volyn, Donetsk, Житомир, Київ, Луганськ, Миколаїв, Одеса, Суми, Харків, Херсон, Чернігів regions, and the city of Kyiv. So, and Lviv residents need to go back to work. And by the way, these regions, this list of regions, also includes the initiative mobile operators who have got united, and they have their national roaming for the regions which are the hotspots at the moment, and all mobile operators of Ukraine, Vodafone, Kyivstar, and Live, or I'm not sure about its official name, have got united into a joint network. And if a person in this territory doesn't have any mobile connection, this person may try to find mobile connection via the other operator. We have a new guest in the studio. This is Halina Derevyanko, practical psychologist who has been working for many years with servicemen and with people who have had some losses among their relatives as a result of the war. She's the representative of several international organizations and a psychologist working in those organizations. Helena, welcome in the studio. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. We have invited you, in spite of the fact that we have had some meetings with a practical psychologist, but the more the events get further, the more questions we get. And during our first meeting with the psychologist, we discussed this first stage when we were all covered by stress, which provokes or produces different emotions. But now we have gone over to the stage when we are at the latent stress stage, or the stage when we face the fear of uncertainty. And that is already the 12th stage. So what could we be waiting for? What could we face at the moment? And how do we cope with this?
Ну, насправді, так далеко забігати, що там на декілька днів
we cannot plan anything for several days, right? You need to think about today, about the present, because we really don't know what will happen tomorrow.
Чому виникає оцей стрес.
Why do we have this stress? This is the stress resulting from uncertainty, because if a person knows that tomorrow everything is going to end up, a person can pull oneself together and take some actions, but this uncertainty leads to such situations, stressful situations. So what is happening? At first, there is a shocking situation for several minutes, then there is a trauma, and then there is stress. Stress may last for weeks, for months, and even for years. What do we do? You know, the methods, the recommendations which we gave in peaceful times do not always work, and in particular they are not suitable for everyone, because like some breathing exercises or drinking some water, well, if a person stays in a bunker, in a shelter, or suppose I now work with our servicemen who are in the east, and they cannot drink water, they cannot go to the lavatory.
Це не застосується. Якщо, наприклад, техніку дихання, комусь вона підходить, комусь вона не підходить.
Respiration exercises are concerned, well, it may help somebody, but not everyone. So you have to follow your own condition. If you know that you may have some attacks of panic, because you know there are people who have those attacks of panic. So if you have already had such attacks, you should know the algorithm of action, what you can do, because even the attack of panic lasts for several minutes. For this person it seems to last for hours. Yes, we have had some cases reported by our acquaintances about such panic attacks, and some people need even to go to hospitals. But if the person has never experienced that, she doesn't know what she has to do, whether she has to go to the hospital or what. And if the person is by himself or by herself, what does she need to do during this first stage to somehow balance the situation? Well, first of all, you need to understand that you cannot die as a result of the attack of panic. This is a positive thing, right?
От нас було дуже багато, знаєте, от в нас є чергування по різних зараз, де є центри перебування, тимчасово переміщених осіб.
in the centers for displaced people, and once I was addressed by a boy who told me, you know, I have some attacks of panic. And I asked him, and how do you cope with them? What do you do? What can help you? And he said that, well, I do this and that. I take hidozepam. And has it been prescribed to you? He said, no, but everybody says that it has a calming effect. No, you cannot actually decide on your own if it comes to a specific prescribed drug. Only a doctor can prescribe it. It's not a solution to the problem. This is the antidepressant drug which can be prescribed by the doctor, but it doesn't mean that if it has been prescribed to another person, it should be prescribed to you. But sometimes people tend to use something that has worked with somebody else. Be careful about that. You may have some counterindications, and you know, this is a psychological solution, but it's not a panacea. And there are a lot of other ways to come down. You can take some mint, but if you're staying in a shelter, well, then I don't know, to drink water if you have this water with you. There is a great technique to hug someone. If there is not a single person who can hug you, well, Stanislav started smiling because he just recalled that when we go to the bomb shelter, all our staff members are there, and if he hugs everyone, it will take a lot of time. Yeah, I use this technique regardless of the situation.
до,
a
по-моєму,
person
14
has
разів обніматися
to
в день.
hug
Значить так, це
somebody else from 4 to 14 times a day. So there is a request, the address to Irina's husband and to my wife. Everything is okay. We're just speaking about a certain psychological technique. Yeah, you need to hug somebody, but one of your hands should be on the heart and the other one on the stomach.
Розумієте? Тобто, коли ви доторкаєтеся
When
до
you touch
серця,
your
ви
heart, the heart,
Бо я не розумію,
I cannot understand the way you do
Ні,
this.
просто
It's
поклали,
very
і ви,
easy.
коли ви поклали руку на
When
серце, ви
you put
відчуваєте
the hand on the
стук.
heart, you can see
Розумієте?
the heart rate,
Якщо
the
ви,
heartbeat.
наприклад, є різні люди,
There may be different people. I used to work with blind children,
для них
and
тілесний
for
дотик
them,
це було щось
any
так.
bodily touch
Ось, і
is
якщо ви би хотіли когось
something
обіймати, завжди
really
треба
surprising.
запитати людей, можна я
And
тебе
you
обніму?
always need to
І якщо
ask
ви,
a
наприклад,
person before you
коли,
hug him
це,
a
до
hug.
речі, теж дуже
And by the
гарна
way,
техніка,
there is
коли ви
another great
берете
technique.
чужу
When you
людину, можна
take,
візьму
Без
can I take
проблем.
your hand? When
і
you take
просто
somebody's hand,
напросто берете
you
ось
just
так,
take
якби
it
за руку,
there,
і
this way,
тримаєте цю
and
людину.
hold it.
Коли ви
When you
доторкаєтеся,
touch the
ви,
person, when
по-перше,
you
і
touch
ту
the
людину,
hand,
і себе
you
заспокоюєте.
calm down both yourself and
Наші
this
слухачі
person.
на собі мають перед входом, виходом
I think
кожного
that
разу з
this is
ефіру,
something we should do on a
торкаються, вони
daily basis,
заспокоюють. Та, це їхня
but that's
додаткова функція.
what our sound
До слова
producers actually
кажучи,
do on a
ми
daily
сьогодні
basis.
обговорювали з
You
однією
know,
з наших
today
глядачок,
we discussed
власне,
with one
оцю
of the
проблему заспокоєння, і
guests
чому
this
я
problem
згадала
of
про
coming
м'яту
down.
і
And you know
лимон,
why
про
I
які я
mentioned
договорила,
mint and
то вона
lemon?
радила
Because
заварювати
she
м'яту,
asked
вискубити її,
to
додати туди
have some mint tea
витиснений лимон, і
with
це
lemon
мало би
and
мати
squeezed
ефект
there, and that
заспокійливого такого
would be supposed to have
розчину,
a
який
coming
треба
down
пити і
effect.
заспокоюватися. Ну, це не про укриття,
Well,
звичайно,
it's not
йдеться,
about
але
the
якщо ви
shelter,
вдома,
of
то
course,
можете
but if you're
спробувати,
staying at
потім
home, you may
напишете,
try,
чи
and then you will
заспокоює.
write whether
По-перше,
it really has
м'ята
that
–
coming
це
down
трава,
effect.
яка,
Well, first of all, mint
вона є
is
перший запах.
has some
Навіть просто
aroma.
можете, є вдома можливість, якщо ви
If
нормально
you
відноситесь до
are
ароматерапії,
good about
ви
aromatherapy, if you're
можете,
positive
там є
about
різні
it, you may
папоротьки, є
take
різні
some
свічечки.
drops or
Просто
some
включити,
candles with
собі там
mint
чи
flavor
запалити, чи
or mint
просто
aroma.
там свічку запалити, щоб
You
вона отам
can
пахла.
lighten this
Лимон
candle
з
and
водою,
this will work.
вони утворює лужне
Water with
середовище.
lemon
І коли
creates
людина п'є, вона,
alkaline
наша кров, вона лужна.
environment, and our
Розумієте?
blood is
Тобто,
also
і тут іде оцей
of
процес.
alkaline character.
Процес, воно, як кажуть, два в
So
одному.
it
Тому що
helps.
ви п'єте,
This
заспокоїться,
is
і
like a
допомагаєте своєму
two-in-one
організму.
process. You
Щоб
come down
обійняти ще,
and you
можна ось
help
так
your
для
body.
того, щоб
Concerning
заспокоїти.
hugging,
А
I
можна
didn't
ще
finish.
ось
You can
так.
do it that way I showed,
Тому
or you
що
can do it
якби
this
ви,
way,
ну, так, якби
because in
вас
this
відчуваєте.
way it
Якщо
also
ви
helps.
є біля людини,
If you're staying close
людині
to a
погано,
person and the person
ви
feels
можете
bad,
обійняти. О,
you
зараз я
can
вам покажу.
hug. Let
Можна?
me show it. Yeah, no problem about that.
Ви берете таким
You
чином,
can do this
рука ось
this
тут
way.
і ось
One of
тут.
your hands is here, the other one is
Це
here.
як мама тримає
It's like the mother holding a
дитину.
child.
І ви притискаєте до себе, і якби можете там
You hug this
погладити.
person, you can
Тобто
even
це
pat the person on
ще з
the
дитинства.
back,
Знаєте,
on the shoulder,
відчувається отой
and the person
такий,
feels this childish
Контакт.
contact with
і
the
відчув,
mother
коли притискаєте до
when you
людини, теж
press
якби
the
цей
person against your
спокій.
body. And that also
Що
provides
ще?
some
Ми чому
quiet. Why are you smiling? You know, our producers are already giving us prompts that every morning we need to hug them, and Volodymyr, who always provides us with water, will have mint tea. We will drink lemon, and we will have this tea all together to come down before the broadcast. And Volodymyr actually has agreed to that. He will do this every
В
morning.
такому
Що
стані,
лишається в прямому ефірі?
Yeah, he just has to agree. Now we
знаєте, в
out.
такому стані
You know,
стресу,
in the stressful
дуже
condition,
важливо
it's very
подбати про себе.
important to
І
take care
так,
of
як ви
yourself.
працюєте,
And
то
since you have
справді
to work,
дякую вам, Володимир, що ви
thank you,
дбаєте про
Volodymyr,
наших
for
ведучих, тому
taking
що це
care of
дуже
our
важливо.
presenters,
І має
because
бути
that's really
людина, яка
important.
може
And there must be
подбати
a
про
person
вас.
who must take care of
Елементарну
you.
водичку.
Bring some
Ви
water.
маєте,
Some
кожна
elementary,
людина
basic things.
має
Every
щотри
person
години, там, чи
needs
2-3
to
години, вона має щось з'їсти.
Have some
Розумієте? Тому
snack
що
every
це
2 or 3
важливо
hours,
для нашого
because that's
фізичного
important for our
здоров'я.
physical health.
Що ще?
Well, what
Є
else?
такі класні. як йшла сюди на ефір, і мене
When
говорила
I was
своєю
going
подружкою, і каже, слухай, хоч би я
to
не
your
екала.
studio, I was speaking to my colleague, and I told her that probably my rhetorics will not be quite good here with all this RR in the broadcast.
Дивіться, що важливо?
Everything is all right.
Такі певні для
What is
себе.
important
От
is to
що
have some
я
tips
можу,
for
що я хочу,
ourselves. What I want and what I can
які я
do.
маю бажання.
What my wishes are.
Тобто, хоча б якесь одне хочу.
There must be at least one I want. You're not always staying in the bomb shelter if we take Western Ukraine for now. If you have a chance to wash your hair, this is also important. We were talking to my colleagues from Kyiv, and they told me that there was some bombing, but they still did some makeup, they washed their hair, so everything seems to be fine.
Знаєте, є така, може я зараз розкажу, це буде
Let
так
me
негарно в
tell
прямому ефірі, а є
one
така,
story
знаєте, коли бабусю
now.
Таку в старшому віці
An old
запитали, вона
lady
казала, головне не бути
was
в бабських трусах.
Asked what would be the main thing in a troublesome situation, and she said that you should always be beautiful. It doesn't matter whether the clothes from you will be removed by a handsome young man or by a doctor, but you always need to have good linen.
Для людей зараз дуже важливо себе
Good
чимось
underwear.
займати. Якщо
Yeah,
ви
it's
не
important to
плетете
do
сітки,
something.
маскувальні
If you're
або ви не
not going to
допомагаєте з
some volunteer centers, if you're not helping with humanitarian aid, convoys, or with anything else, while you have some free time, try to do such things like do up the room, wash your hair. As far as shelters are concerned, let me give one remark for our audience to feel calm. In Radio 1, when we have the alarm signal,
ми поставили музику класичну,
we
у нас грає
have
Вівальді,
classical
або там
music,
ще хтось
Vivaldi,
із
or
композиторів,
some other
і воно, в
composer,
принципі,
and
заспокоює
somehow it
людей.
calms you
Звичайно,
down,
під час цього іде
instead of listening
перебивка,
all
що
the
залишається
time that
викриття відбою тривоги і
air
так далі. Але це теж
raid
якийсь
alarm,
елемент
air
заспокоєння,
raid
коли ми
alarm.
один
So,
одного можемо
in a way, we
якось заспокоїти.
have set this music
Що хотіла
to
запитати,
calm
я
us
знаю, ви
down.
будинку воїна зараз
I know that in
допомагаєте
the
дівчатам також
House
з
of
консультаціями
warriors, which we have in
для
Lviv,
таких людей.
you also help with psychological help both for servicemen and for civilians. What is the most substantial problem now? What people address you? What are their needs? Are these the people who have lost their relatives, or the people who cannot cope with their attacks of panic, or displaced persons from other regions who stay in this uncertainty and cannot recover from the shock because they don't know whether they will have any place to go back to? Well, you know, normally it's exhaustion of our volunteers, burnout, and that's a great problem, lack of psychologists, because psychologists are also humans, and some of them have also lost some relatives, some people near and dear to them.
От в нас є люди, ну, взагалі я керую не тільки по Львівській області,
Also, we work not only in Lviv region, but throughout Ukraine and beyond Ukraine. At least I have some psychologists in all those places with whom I'm staying in contact. I do not give any individual consultations now, unless this is a suicidal case or some grave case. But mostly I try to coordinate the work to control all this. We take turns on Arena Lviv at the railway station. There are always psychologists staying there. Not everyone needs help. You know, it's like in the cartoon about Masha and the bear that they asked her to undergo some medical treatment, but not everybody needs this, really. Not everyone addresses us for help. Of course, there are different people
Панічні атаки,
with
є,
attacks of
але
panic,
більшість все-таки не всіх втрат, ну ті, що були я, з ними зустрічалася,
the people I've met
були люди, які втратили житло.
included the people who had lost
ті люди,
their
які втратили житло,
apartments,
так,
but the people who lost their apartments were
головне, щоб це все закінчилось, побудуємо нове.
saying that the main thing is for all this to end and we will build our apartments anew.
Різні теж.
Ми сьогодні
Today
обговорювали
we have discussed the idea with Natalia Pipa, who is the deputy of the Supreme Council of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, and she supervises education direction. So we discussed the situation with the school children who are staying in kindergartens in the premises of schools. Is it possible to arrange it as follows? You know, our children don't have a chance to study because displaced persons are staying there in those premises. So maybe we could collect them together for them to play some games. And maybe this would help the children who are staying in the premises of our schools and kindergartens. And will this not be a traumatic experience for the children from Lviv region who have not yet been that affected by the war, since they will get the first-hand information, a lot of fear, and probably they should not, they should be isolated from this experience. Well, you know,
коли спілкуюся з дітьми,
when I communicate with children, I tend to see that normally the children don't speak about what has happened. They play, they draw something in different colors, but when I ask questions, specific questions, then they start speaking. But otherwise, they just play. Children are children. And of course, if we speak about teenagers, that is different. Definitely, they tend to speak about this experience. I think that your idea would rather be good.
Не хочеться, знаєте, я завжди кажу, немає
I always say that there are no bad children or good children. There are children who feel bad.
І, звісно, що коли там, наприклад, коли зустрічаються,
when there is a meeting of different children, they discuss something, but normally they don't speak about war.
Я би хотіла ще переб'ю вас,
Let me interrupt you because I was going here and I meant to tell about this. There have been cases, you know, I must stress that whenever you're going somewhere with your children, please, on some paper, on some badge, on a visible place, put your contact data, put your mobile phone numbers of the father, of the mother, of some relative, because children really may get lost. And when a child gets lost, this is despair. And even the child who knows everything and knows all the information cannot pull himself or herself together and tell who she is or who he is. This is really important. This is something that has really been happening. It's like about this guy from Zaporizhia on his wrist, if you know this story, he crossed the Slovak border. On his wrist there was the phone number, the contact data. Yeah, or put it into the pocket or to some visible place. It doesn't matter where. I've just been told a story. A mother went to pick up the dog because, you know, normally displaced people bring their cats and dogs with them. And the child got lost in the meantime. And then it's very difficult to find the mother among 40,000 people who are staying at the railway station. Yes, it may be, well, if you put this information on the wrist, it may actually get erased if the person moves a lot. So it's better to have something on paper, but it's really important to do this, not to forget this. A lot of people think that, wow, I'm just keeping my child by the hand, but it's a crowd of people. I remember myself being a little girl, holding my mother by the hand, and then I raised my head and saw some guy near me that was not my mother. I didn't get scared, but I didn't know how this happened. Yes, and the environment in which we are now, with 40,000 people crowded at the railway station, this is really important. And here is the question about men. There are some men who, during the air raid alarm, think that, no, I'm a man, I will not go there. There is another category who, these are men who are going to the bomb shelter, starting cracking jokes because of being nervous, and there is a third category of men who normally say that, I'm not a stupid person to die for the country, we already lost everything. But you know, I know another way to calm them down, but the criminal code says it's not a good way. So how do we calm down such men?
Знаєте, з 14-го року працюю з військовослужбовцями. І приходять такі кремезні, мужні, сильні чоловіки.
So I had these cases of burly men coming up to me and telling me I shouldn't be teaching them how to live life. And sometimes these strong men are crying, just saying they're sorry, but this is okay, it's normal to cry. If the person is making a fuss, let them do it as long as they don't disturb the others. So if somebody is smoking, are you going to take a cigarette from them? So if it's a group of 30 people going to the basement and everybody is staying quiet, and then there is this man who is the peacock who just attracts the attention, who is joking non-stop, then you find a woman who comes up to this man, embraces him and calms him down. So I will be making a fuss on purpose so that women come up and embrace me and hug me. So if it's a man who is panicking, there should be another man who can come up to him and help him to come down, not in a physical way, of course. You cannot get into people's heads. This is not a cartoon where we can see how the brain works, how this machine works. When we are under stress, the joking and the humor is just a mask. It's just the protection, something that you put on because on the inside you are panicking, you don't know what to do. In this case, we should talk to people. We should be quietly talking to people. At the arena, we had a woman who came with her mother. It was a mother and her daughter, and we had up to 500 people, and the mother was complaining all the time, everything is bad, the floors are dirty, half-processed foods, and she was shouting out, and some people were asleep, the others were just listening to her. So I had to come up to that lady. I told her I was a psychologist, and very calmly I was talking to her, and in some time we managed to establish a dialogue, and she told me she was stressed and that caused her behavior. And I told her that we had women staying up 24/7 preparing the accommodation, making food, and I told her, if you want to wash the floors, if you have the detergent, why not do it yourself? It's the case with the woman. In some time she started panicking again, and it was really severe. The women came up to her trying to rationalize with her. It didn't help, and then another man came. He was perhaps rude, but he told her, if you don't shut up right now, I will just take you out of the building. So she was quiet. Sometimes these methods can be justified. We are going to be finishing our conversation, but in the previous conversation with Volodymyr, we discussed the importance of decision-making during the time of war, and it has to do with the people leaving for other countries. There is this syndrome that those who leave, they feel very much ashamed that they leave their country behind, that they leave their relatives behind. Sometimes, I know it from my personal experience, that those who have left come back because they feel this guilt. So, as Volodymyr, your colleague, told us, there are no right or wrong decisions in times of war. There are decisions that you make in accordance with your needs, something that is more convenient for you, and in this case, you should just negate the opinions of relatives, family, colleagues, co-hosts. Yes, there are no right or wrong decisions. That's my personal opinion. If this decision is right for me, it may be wrong for you. And if something is wrong for you, it may be right for me. As far as guilt is concerned, it's not just when you are leaving for another country. It also applies to people who are staying at home, who are feeling guilty that they are not doing enough, that they are not helping enough.
Але мені, знаєте, щодо того, що відбувається саме зараз.
But with regards to the current situation, everything is happening in the way it should be happening. The people who are leaving, safety is the most important thing, especially when children are involved. If you have children, take them and leave. If you have a place to go to, leave. Even if you're staying here, the people who are staying here not doing anything, they won't be doing much on the front lines. And somebody who is quite active, even from abroad, will be willing to help. So staying here and helping here is the right decision, as much as it is the right decision to go somewhere and help from abroad. We shouldn't be pressurized by people. You know, there is this fable when a family, mother, father, and their child were walking down the street with a donkey. And they put the child on the donkey, and the passerby said, "Oh, the older parents have to walk, and the little kid is carried by the donkey." So they switched places and put one of the parents on top of the donkey, and the people said, "Why not put the child on the donkey?" So people will always be talking. There will always be dissatisfied. The most important thing is what you need and what is important for you. You cannot please everyone. So it's important that you have this list of questions. First of all, what do I want? What are my desires? At least put down one thing that you want. Question number 2, what am I doing? We cannot plan a month ahead. Yes, we can dream. Nobody can prevent us from dreaming, because our brain is so intelligent that it cannot tell whether this is the present time or whether it's the future. So when we dream, our brain switches. So you need to put down the steps that you will take in the nearest future. These have to be quite simple steps, like taking a shower, washing your face, going to the store, of course, if you have that opportunity. The next. Use your resources, use your available resources for something good. The next thing, what can I do? So think about all the resources that you possess: physical, financial, professional, mental. If you have money, so donate. If you can physically help, there are so many volunteers right now weaving the nets, the protection nets. If you have any professional skills, why not help others? The next question is, what do I have now? Put down a list of 5 to 10 people. Even an extra pair of underwear could be included in that list. Then name the good things that have happened to you, like I've had a good cup of tea or coffee today. That's extremely important. It's important to have time to sit down for a cup of coffee, not hurrying somewhere. I had a good night's sleep. I had a good lunch. I'm not hungry. Somebody hugged me or I hugged the other person. What have I lost? There are people who have lost their home. Yes, it's extremely hard, but they have relatives, and this is the most important. You can still earn money, you can rebuild your home. It's hard to even speak about these things, it's hard to think about it, but the people staying alive is on top of this pyramid. And the final thing is take care. Make sure that you are safe. It's the first rule of the psychologist. Take care of yourself, and the second rule of the psychologist is take care of yourself. Rule number 3, take care of those around you, your relatives, and rule number 4, take care of the people around you. Remember that you are not gods, and neither are you. There are things that don't depend on us, something that we cannot change. It's not up to us. So please do what you can here in the moment. Be grateful to yourself for what you're doing. As far as music is concerned, I liked your remark. I really like this example about lemons. If I'm going to tell you a story about lemons, about their color, them being yellow, having this fresh citrusy scent, I take it in my hand, I put it on the cutting board, I start cutting, the juices come out, and people will have different associations. Some will see the yellow color, others will feel the smell. But in reality, I don't have this lemon. The brain does not understand that there is no lemon here, but when we talk about it, when we say it out loud, associations are conjured by our mind. So if you like the forest, just switch on the sounds of the forest. If you like the sea, switch on the sounds of the sea. If you like songs, listen to music. Many people are saying they cannot listen to music while others are dying. Listen to the music. Because when you switch on a song or a melody, or you can even put on a comedy or a cartoon, you don't have to listen to the words, you don't have to watch it very carefully. It can be on somewhere in the background, but it helps a lot for the brain to switch. Have a lot of water, drink a lot of water. Of course, this does not apply to the places that I mentioned. So, regarding coffee, I've received questions. Is it normal for me to drink a lot of coffee? What is normal? If it's 10 or 12 cups a day, of course it's too much, because both tea and coffee can be beneficial and harmful at the same time. But if you're having this cup of coffee and it brings you pleasure, have it. Take a shower, take a contrast shower, switch between the cold and warm water. Do the things that will help you take care of yourself. Remember about that story with the underwear and make jokes. If you want to have a laugh, don't feel guilty, it's helpful. And you shouldn't be feeling the guilt in front of the society. You shouldn't be feeling guilty that people are dying. If you can take care of yourself, then do it. If you know that you cannot do it, ask the others to help. Tell them, if I'm in this kind of emotional state, ask someone to help you. So sometimes people tell me, I came up to a person who was in panic, and I just gave her a good shake. In the meantime, you should be quietly telling them, everything is okay, I'm with you. And remember, don't come up to people from behind. In stressful situations, the people can react differently and they can hit you. We had such cases during one of the training sessions organized by an American psychologist, clinical psychologist, military psychologist, and it was the case with father coming back from the war and their child came up to them from behind and the father killed their own child. That was his reaction, so we should be careful with that. You should be more positive. So regardless of what is happening, we are doing what we are doing. Spring has come, we'll have more sunny days. We all need vitamin D. Do what you like, do what brings you pleasure. It may be a small thing, but be grateful to your relatives, hug them. Because indeed, it is the most important thing that we have, and we start valuing it when we lose it. So value it when you have it. Appreciate yourself, take care of yourself. It was Halina Derevyanko, practical psychologist. Thank you for finding time to show up in our studio. I hope it was very beneficial to our viewers to discuss hugs and coffee and positive emotions. There are also some contacts that you can call. We have a brochure, we have the list of contacts which are available on Telegram and Messenger, so if you are interested in that, Maria Patrician, representative of the House of Soldier, will be with us and we will share this information because we understand how important psychological support is for many people right now. So we have psychologists on duty at all times, who can always talk to you, who can always give you the necessary psychological support. Thank you. Halina Derevyanko was with us, a practical psychologist. We hope that you will have less work in the future, and I suggest that we introduce hugs with the co-host starting tomorrow, and if you like to listen to our voices, switch Radio 1 station. We will now talk about another type of support on how the world supports Ukraine.
Дорогі брати і сестри,
Dear brothers and sisters in Ukraine, rivers of blood and tears are flowing.
це геть не
It's
військова
not
операція, це
merely a
війна,
military
яка
operation,
сіє смерть,
it's a war
руйнацію
which
та
brings
страждання.
death, destruction and misery.
Кількість
The
жертв
number of
зростає,
victims is increasing,
як і кількість
as are the
біженців,
people fleeing,
особливо матерів.
especially mothers and children.
У цій стражденній країні
In the
потреба в
troubled
гуманітарній
country, the need
допомозі
for humanitarian
збільшується
assistance is
щогодини.
growing dramatically by hour.
Я від
I
усього
make a
серця
heartfelt
благаю
appeal
забезпечити
humanitarian
охорону гуманітарним
corridors
коридорам
to
та
be
гарантувати і
established
полегшити
and for the aid
допомогу на
to be
території
guaranteed on the
аби
territory
полегшити
sieged,
життєво необхідну
to offer
допомогу
vital relief
нашим братам
to our
і сестрам,
brothers and sisters
пригніченими бомбами та страхом.
under bombings.
Я дякую всім,
I thank
хто
all
дає
those
прихисток біженцям.
who are giving shelter to the refugees.
Перш за все, я
Above
благаю
all, I
припинити
implore
збройний
that
наступ
the military
аби переговори
attack is
та
stopped
здоровий глузд
so that the
взяли
negotiations
верх,
and common sense prevail,
й аби знову
and that
дотримувалося
the international
міжнародне право.
law is respected once again.
Я також хочу
I would
подякувати
also like to
журналістам,
thank the
які
journalists
ризикують
who put
своїми
their
життями,
lives
щоб
their lives
висвітлити
on the line
інформацію.
to provide information.
Дякую,
Thank
брати
you,
та сестри,
brothers and
за вашу
sisters,
службу.
for your service.
службу,
a
яка
service
дозволяє
that
нам
allows us
наблизитися до
to be
трагедії того
close
населення
to the
і мати
tragedy of the
доступ, аби
people
побачити
and to have
жорстокість війни.
access to seeing the
Дякую,
atrocities
брати
of
та
the
сестри.
war. Thank you, brothers and sisters.
Давайте разом
Let us
помолимося за
pray
Україну.
together for Ukraine.
Ми бачимо її прапори
We
перед
see the
собою.
Ukrainian flags in
Помолимося
front of
разом,
us.
як брати і
Let us
сестри до
pray
Матері
together
Божої,
to Our
покрови
Lady,
України.
Queen of
Богородиця
Ukraine.
Діва, радуйся.
Hail Mary, full of
Благодатна
grace,
ти між жінками,
blessed
благословен
amongst
плід
the
лона
women,
Твого,
and
бо ти
blessed is the
породила
fruit
Христа,
of thy
Спаса
womb,
і
Jesus.
Збавителя
Holy
душ
Mary,
наших.
Mother of God,
Свята
pray
Марія,
for us
Матір
sinners,
Божа, молись за
now
нас
and at the
грішників,
hour of our
зараз
death.
і в годину смерті. Амінь.
The Holy See is ready to do everything,
служити
to
заради
put
миру.
itself at the service for peace.
У ці дні
In these days,
два
two
кардинали
cardinals
поїхали
went
до
to Ukraine
України, аби служити
to serve the
людям,
people,
аби
to
допомагати.
Cardinal
Кардинал
Краєвський
Краєвський, милостивий, який допомагатиме
will
потребуючим.
bring aid to the
Та
needy,
кардинал
and Cardinal
Черній,
Czerny,
тимчасовий
interim
префект
prefect
дикастерії,
of the
сприяння цілісному
dicastery.
людському розвитку. Присутність
The
там двох
presence of the
кардиналів
two
– це не лише
cardinals
присутність
is
папи,
not just
а
the
й
presence of
усіх
the
християн,
Pope, but it's the
які
presence of all the
об'єднуються і
Christians
кажуть,
who are
«Війна – це
united in
божевілля».
saying that
Будь
war is
ласка,
insanity.
зупиніться,
Please
подивіться
stop.
на цю
Please
жорстокість.
look at this violence.
But at the same time, we have to remember, just as Amelia said,
the people of Latvia have raised millions of euros in previous days in private donations to support Ukraine, as open exporters, sovereign Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
Glory to Ukraine. Glory to its heroes. We are here by the White House every day asking the US President, Mr. Biden, and the leaders of the United States to do more to help Ukraine more. We are grateful for all the assistance and support already granted, but we are demanding that all Russian banks be excluded from the SWIFT payment system. We are asking that jets be sent to Ukraine, jets that Ukrainian pilot can use. And we are asking for the Ukrainian sky to be closed and protected from the hostile bombs and planes, so that our people can survive the aggressor. Today in Almaty, as initiated by a number of movements, we have an anti-war meeting, the meeting against the war in Ukraine. We came here to support Ukrainians. It's the place called the Cemetery of Monuments. So here you can see our city hall, which allowed us to have this meeting. So this is the information that I have at the moment.
Привіт, Привіт, мене звати Мей
Hello,
Маск,
my
і мій
name is May
український видавець
Musk, and my
попросив мене
Ukrainian
надіслати вам
publisher
повідомлення.
asked me to
Світ
send
бачить,
this
що
message to
відбувається.
you.
Ми
The
дуже
world is
засмучені, це
seeing what is
трагедія.
happening.
Але
We
ми
are
дуже
very
вражені тим, якими
disappointed.
мужніми ви є.
But we are
Ми будемо
also
підтримувати вас
inspired by
усім,
your
чим
courage,
можемо.
and we will
Ви
try and
намагаєтеся
support you in
врятувати
any
вашу
way we
свободу.
can.
Ви
You
сміливі,
are
і
trying
ви
to save
переможете.
your
Ви
freedom.
отримуєте
You
допомогу
are
з усього
brave and
світу.
you will
Світ
win. You are getting
сконцентрований на ваших
support
новинах,
from
і це
all
дуже
parts of
сумно.
the world.
І я також
The
хочу
entire
подякувати
world is
росіянам, які
watching
протестують.
closely.
Ми
I'm also
сподіваємося, що
thankful
це
to
незабаром
Russians who
закінчиться.
are
Ми
protesting, and we
продовжимо
hope
говорити.
that
Зупиніть
very
війну.
soon this
Просто
will be
зупиніть
over. We
війну.
are just saying, stop this war. Stop it.
Виступають наші добровольці у кривавий там, визволяти рідну Україну з московських кайдан, а ми ті московські кайдани розірвемо, а ми нашу славну Україну, гей-гей, розвеселимо, а ми ті московські кайдани розірвемо, а ми нашу славну Україну, гей-гей, розвеселимо. Гей, у полі ярої пшенички, золотистий лан, розпочали стрільці українські з ворогами там.
Повертаємося у
We're
прямий
back
ефір.
in the
Сьогодні багато говорили про те,
studio,
що Януковича
live
привезли
on air,
у Мінськ,
so we are
привезли,
reminding
приїхав сам,
you
тут є
that
рекомендації у
Yanukovych
Львові,
is in
вирішили,
Minsk,
попрошу
and
показати
in
мені
Lviv we
сторінку
already
Януковича,
have an
коли повернеться,
announcement.
не злякайте його,
Yanukovych
нехай
is planning
підійде
to come
поближче.
back. Don't
Тоді,
scare
може,
him
з ним
off, let
розберемося
him come
далі.
closer, and we will deal with him. Have you recognized the place? So this is a placard placed on the wall of the Maria Zinkovaitska Theater. Officers of one of the mightiest armies in the world are so brave that they are just dumping their documents. So these are the officers. We all remember that Chernihiv area is the area of partisan fame. So let's have a look at those documents already discarded. And I'm just reminding you that the security service of Ukraine continues its work. So do not circulate any disinformation and any fake news. So one agent was detained, so we are going to show you a video of what he's saying about the orders. It was the Federal Security Service that contacted me in 2005. In 2014, I left the territory of Russia in order to collect information about Ukraine. I was curated by Alexander Shapulin since 2019, who introduced himself as head of the European and Asian Studies. So my task was to contact people from the Republic of Belarus via their governmental authorities, collecting information about political activities in Belarus, about the migration crisis, about the activities of the opposition parties, the economic situation, and also further prospects and further plans of President Lukashenko and his sons, as well as law enforcement bodies of Belarus. In 2020, Mr. Shapurin ordered me to find information about biochemical labs located on the territory of Ukraine in 2021, and also in early 2019, Shapulin ordered me to find information about the Ukrainian political parties, governmental bodies, the cabinet of ministers, and the Ukrainian parliament. In addition, he was interested in the general political and social situation on the territory of Ukraine, the attitudes of Ukrainian citizens towards the criminal activities of Russian and also the crimes of pseudo-president Putin. In the late 2021, Shapulin gave me the task to have anti-Ukraine propaganda materials published in a number of media outlets, saying whether Ukrainians will be able to get rid of their nationalistic formations, will they be able to support the Russian army invading the territory of Ukraine.
3-4, погнали.
3-4, let's start. POV singing the anthem of Ukraine.
Слава Україні!
Glory to Ukraine.
Путін!
Glory to its heroes. Putin is...
Дякувати Богу, полонені російські вивчили не тільки, що Путін
Thanks God that the prisoners of war know that Putin is the jihad, but they have also learned the anthem of Ukraine. It took them quite a long time, but they were successful. They at least now know what our anthem is about and what those that will not be captured will face. So some negative news. The Russian army struck the bread-making factory, leaving 13 people dead. Informs the State Emergency Service of Ukraine. About 30 people were at the factory at the moment of the strike. 5 people were rescued and the bodies of 13 were recovered from under debris. We have information from the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Dmytro Kuleba, who is saying that the Ukrainian party will be supporting the creation of a special international tribunal, and the international legal experts are working on it so that the heads of Russia will be facing trial similar to the one held for the Nazis in Nuremberg, and Ukraine will be supporting this format because what Russia is currently doing on the territory of Ukraine may be qualified as a genocide against Ukrainians. The German Chancellor Olaf Scholz has recognized that Europe has not been imposing sanctions on purpose because of its dependence on Russian gas. Millions of Ukrainians have become refugees and thousands have already been killed, but this is not convincing enough for Europe, and they still are playing games. I cannot find other words for this. The Prime Minister of Poland, Mateusz Morawiecki, has told about the ways in which Poland will be receiving Ukrainians. More than 1 million people have left for Poland already, while the men are staying in Ukraine defending the territory. Ukrainian women can stay for 18 months on the territory of Poland. They can work in the country and their permit to stay may be extended for another 18 months. So a maximum of 3 years allowed. And Ukrainians staying on the territory of Poland will be receiving up to $263 per month, and they will have access to all public services on general grounds. And the Office of the President of Ukraine, the advisor of the Office of the President of Ukraine, Mikhailo Podolyak, addressed Ukrainians with a short message asking them not to pay attention to toxic last names of pro-Russian Ukrainian politicians that are being brought up because of stupidity of Russians, such names as Boyko, Murayev, Kiva, Yanukovych. We don't know who else they're going to bring up, but Podolyak is saying that these are fakes, and he is urging us to think that everything will be Ukraine, and these names are toxic. Yanukovych, Boyko, Kiva, and Russians are just stupid, and they are manipulating these names and saying that Ukrainians allegedly want Yanukovych to be their president again. Today we also had information that the plane of the escaped president is allegedly in Minsk because they were following the flights of the plane with Yanukovych on board. Last week he was traveling within Russia from Moscow to other cities of Russia, coming back to Moscow, but according to today's information, Yanukovych's plane has allegedly landed in the capital of Belarus, and he's currently staying there. I just recommend that Russians use official sources of information, and that will help you know more about the actual situation in Ukraine. And a car was confiscated from a man in Cherkasy region for the needs of the army. That's the first case. And the same thing will happen to all the drivers who are driving under the influence. The Ukrainian army is ready to retrieve your cars, especially if you have an SUV. The western border is publishing numbers of people currently staying at the border. This is information as of 3 p.m. So we can see that the number of cars and people is not increasing significantly. If we compare the numbers to the data as of 7 a.m., in several checkpoints, the number has even decreased. So we can see that our recommendations work, and there are 100 cars at Yagodin already and 150 people. So people are traveling to those checkpoints where there are smaller queues. So we are just reminding you that you can also get to Moldova, Romania, and Hungary. There are a lot less people, so be logical. The time that you will spend driving to the Carpattia region will make up for the time that you will spend at the border in smaller lines. Because it takes a lot of time to get over the border, it's understandable, people are panicking, everybody is stressed. And a piece of information that touches me, and I cannot be indifferent, even though it has to do with the Russian officials. So Irina Vereshchuk, our minister for the reintegration of the occupied territories, is claiming that Russia refuses to take back the bodies of its soldiers. Irina Vereshchuk is saying that this is another cynical step on the part of Russia, and she believes that they don't want to take the bodies back so that the mothers and wives don't find out about the actual scale of this war, that there are huge casualties, that the soldiers are being sent here as cannon fodder. And she also says that she is shocked by such a barbarity in relation to one's own people, but this will not stop our army, because we are on our own territory, we will be fighting, we will be taking our territories back, and it's up to Russia to decide what to do with the bodies of their soldiers. But it's also important for us because it may result in some environmental catastrophe. It's already an entire train of 14 carriages at least that can be filled up with those bodies, which will have to be transported to Russia. So even if we don't speak about some humane attitude towards those soldiers, we also need to think about the environment and ecology. So there might be several explanations for that. The decomposition of human bodies is very toxic. It's bad for the soil, it's bad for underground waters. It also tells us that they have an issue with logistics and they cannot take those bodies because of that. So if we have the data that 100 people entered and only 44 survived, of course they will not be taking the 96 bodies back. And the other thing is when our soldiers start picking up those bodies, they might be fired at by the Russians. So even a dead Russian soldier is a threat to Ukrainian soldiers. They are a threat to our economy and ecology. We are having this block of bad news. Several EU countries are against giving the candidate status to Ukraine. The Ukrainska Pravda reports, citing Bloomberg, these are Germany, the Netherlands, and others. They first want for the European Commission to express their opinion on the readiness of Ukrainian to start the accession procedures. The diplomats are saying that the countries want to focus on practical support to Ukraine and the stop of the war, and not on the initiation of a process that may take decades to complete. It would be symbolic to support the Ukrainian application, even if the process will be long-term and complicated. We have discussed that on air. Many say that this is a symbolic decision. We realize that we are not going to become EU members on Monday or on Tuesday, but this is a significant step forward, and it signalizes that they are ready to support us with concrete steps. Germany is supporting us in some way, but that is not enough. We can see that Germany and the Netherlands are blocking the decision, even though the Netherlands is the one who suffered the tragedy of the MH17 jet in Donbass. So I have no words to describe the behavior of our partners. They look like Lukashenko at the moment. They are trying to help on the other hand, and on the other hand, keep their friendly relations with Russia. But they need to think about the future more than about the present. Will there be other countries that would like to work with them if they don't support the partners? So I'd like for us to finish on a more positive note. Our colleagues from Radio 1 have collected this selection of pictures. We've talked about this with a psychologist, that there's a place for humor even at times of war. So our creative people on the internet have prepared a number of pictures. So this is the independent student assessment in history of Ukraine taking place in 2015. So during the war in 2022, who did not steal the tank? Romas, some thugs, etc., etc. What was the code word for the occupants in 2022 used by Ukrainians? Polunitsa, Palyanica, Synica, or others? So you can go to the Facebook page of Radio 1 and have a look at these pictures and just have some rest. And a piece of news that is neither positive nor negative, the Cabinet of Ministers and the Prime Minister report that the government has allowed the regional military administration together with the National Police and the State Drug Service of Ukraine to control the prices for essential food products, drugs, and fuel. We have discussed that with the deputy head of the military administration since the beginning of our marathon. Back in the day, they told us it was the authority of the government, but now we can see that the government has given this authority to local military administrations so that the price for fuel is not increased, so that pharmacies control the prices, and the military administration together with the state drug service as well as the national police will be in charge. So we have the message from Dennis Shmyhal, and we will be back at 7 p.m. We will have an hour-long break. Just to give you a heads up of what is in store between 7 and 8, we will have a very intense packed hour. We will have a military expert, Petro Chernik. We will have representative of the city council, the deputy mayor Andriy Moskalenko, and who else? And we will have Andriy Hodik, deputy head of Lviv military administration. So please come back. We will report on the updated news. And right now, let's listen to Dennis Shmyhal. The brave, heroic people of Ukraine, it's day 12 of our heroic defense on land and in air. The armed forces and air forces of Ukraine are defending us and repelling the enemy. The regular Ukrainians are also defeating the enemy. The entire world is in awe of us. Under the conditions of the war, we have to work together in consolidation. That is something that the enemy is trying to prevent us from doing, but we shall not fear, we are not afraid. Up to 140,000 of Ukrainians, the majority of them being men, have returned to Ukraine. We are proud of them. They have come here not just to defend Ukraine, but also to work for the benefit of Ukraine. Ukrainian companies are ready to give jobs to everyone eager to work. The Cabinet of Ministers is implementing the order of the President of Ukraine to support Ukrainian business during the times of war. So all entrepreneurs of the first and second groups of taxation are relieved from tax paying for the tax of war. Individual entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs are relieved from paying tax for their employees who have joined the ranks of the armed forces or the territorial defense forces. Number 3, we are postponing tax paying for those entrepreneurs who cannot pay taxes. Number 5, the government is cancelling all market and consumer controls. We have already established a moratorium on all the checks for businesses. All these decisions and a number of other decisions are necessary so that this support package starts working and will soon be adopted by the government authorities. The government and local authorities are taking additional steps to stabilize the prices of all the essential products. We have made the decision to authorize the regional military administration together with the national police to control the prices for fuel, food and drugs. So some entrepreneurs shall not try and make money on the war. The government and local authorities are also trying to ensure the work of critical infrastructure facilities, especially those that are supplying gas, heat and water to Ukrainians. It's still possible to get gas from NAK Naftogaz at the price of 7 hryvnias 89 kopecks, so that Ukrainian families get the power supply regardless of the potential interruptions in the supply of coal. I would also like to thank Ukrainian people working in the energy sector who are currently working on the energy front line. You are doing everything so that Ukrainians have light, heat and gas. All Ukrainian families are grateful to you. Glory to the people of Ukraine, glory to you.
Коли ми вийдемо з бомбосховищ, повернемося до своїх міст та домівок, ми не впізнаємо країну, не зустрінемо деяких сусідів, ніколи не подамо руку кільком знайомим, а комусь більше ніколи не дозвонимося. Ми будемо багато плакати. І від щастя, і від горя. Сліз не соромтесь, з ними виходить біль. Ну а потім ми почнемо будувати. Будувати так, як ніколи раніше. Вдень і вночі. Для країни. Всі разом. Піт буде заливати чоло. Руки гудітимуть від втому. Але тільки тоді ми зможемо посміхатись. Ми відбудуємо нову Україну, де немає місця брехливим політикам і єхидно усміхненим пристосуванцям, бидлу, яке хамить поліцейському, і зрадникам, які вітали російського агресора. Через біль, кров і сльози на наших очах народилась наша нація. Тепер ми маємо відбудувати для неї державу. Україно, ми тобі обіцяємо. Героям слава!
Тримайтеся, хлопці, ми з вами. Хочемо, щоб все це вже скінчилося. Мирного неба там та слава Україні!
Не знаю, що сказати. Я не знаю, що було б без них, тому що вони зараз вся наша надія, все, що в нас є. Дякуємо, бажаємо триматись, удачі. І ми з ними допомагаємо, чим можемо.
Вони супер молодці, чесно. Не знаю, як би Україна справлялась без наших захисників, тому слава Україні, ми все витримаємо. І наші герої молодці.
Ви справжні чоловіки, дякуємо вам за наш спокій. Сил вам бажаємо та терпіння побороти цього ворога. Руський корабль, ти знаєш курс.
То нехай Господь їх благословить, вони просто герої.
Козацькому роду нема переводу, та слава Україні.
Холодніше стало, і я хочу побажати, звичайно, найперше здоров'я, міцного і перемоги, звичайно, перемоги. В наш час це найголовніше, перемоги і здоров'я. І щоб, всі рідні і близькі їхні також, щоб у всіх все було добре.
Дуже вдячні за те, що ми спимо.
Я в захопленні просто від їхніх дій, від того, як вони нас охороняють, і все буде Україна.
Хлопці, ми переможемо, тому що ми є сильна нація, ми нація воїнів і ми нація тих, які люблять свою землю, захищають її і захищають всіх і весь світ.
Хлопці, дякую вам дуже, чесно. От щирого серця вам дякую. Скоро я до вас доєднаюсь, чекайте.
Дякую за те, що ми маємо можливість залишатися тут, і мої батьки мають можливість залишатися в Дніпрі на мирній території, тому що вони їх захищають. Дякую вам велике, що нас захищаєте.
Я дякую нашим захисникам. Вони дуже стараються, щоб захистити нашу державу, і це дуже добре. Я їм дуже вдячна. Якщо буде все добре, то ми виграємо.
Бере неймовірна гордість за те, що робить наш президент, за те, що робить наша армія, кожен окремий воїн. Як працює наше ТРО, просто безподобно. Я дякую, просто у мене немає слів. Немає слів, я просто обожнюю все, що відноситься до нашої країни.
Тепер якийсь такий стимул більше до життя.
Є заради кого жити, правда?
Так.
Промінчики сонця поміж темряви, новонароджені дітки. За 10 днів війни в Україні народилося
4311 немовлят. 85 діток з'явилось на світ у першому львівському пологовому. Це 42 хлопчики і 43 дівчинки. Одна з породіль, яка трошки більше доби тому дарувала світу нове життя – Руслана. З ім'ям для синочка іще не визначилась.
Ще не вирішили дискусії, вдома кожен хоче по-різному.
Вона зі Львова. Ось це малятко вже третя її дитина. Хлопчик спокійний, любить подрімати.
Всім цікаво, на кого похожий.
У сусідній палаті свого сина голубить Ірина.
Народили хлопчика і чекали хлопчика, і назвали Тимурчик. От, такий він богатир, у нас 3900 народився, 55 сантиметрів.
Уродженка Херсона з чоловіком жили у Києві. Там і хотіла народжувати Тимурка, утім вирішила не ризикувати.
Я мала народжувати в Києві в 5-му пологовому, це в самому центрі, це там, де оці всі військові знаходяться, відомства. І ми вирішили, що це дуже небезпечно там, да? І там весь час вже бігали тоді в підвали. І я говорю, я не хочу кесарське в підвалі робити. І приїхали сюди.
Дорога до Львова була складною, утім зараз, певнить, стало набагато легше.
До того, як народився, то я дуже переживала. Зараз якось мені стало трошки легше, ну і там якось трошки ситуація розрівнялася, що вони мені самі зараз дзвонять, говорять, у нас вже все добре, у нас тихо.
Пацієнток, які прибули до Львова з гарячих точок, у пологовому чимало. Відтак нині 50% роботи лікарів, меддопомога, решта – психологічна підтримка.
Багато приділяємо їм уваги, стараємось обігріти теплом, любов'ю, ласкою, якщо це в нас виходить. Принаймні підтримати, щоб людина чула, що вона не одна.
Єлизавета Парубцова, Юрій Кісь, програма «Очі». Подбали про безпеку породіль та жінок, які от-от мають народити. У сховищі першого львівського пологового облаштували палату. Відтак, у разі повітряної тривоги у жінок будуть всі умови, аби народжувати у чистоті та безпеці з відповідним обладнанням. На щастя, палата поки не знадобилась.
В тих умовах може проводитися родорозв'язання, як через природні родові шляхи, так і відповідно у випадку якоїсь ситуації нашої акушерської родорозв'язання шляхом операції кесарського розтину.
У приміщенні, де колись була роздягальня, нині десятки ліжок. Є і запаси, аби мами та малятка мали що поїсти. Пологовий розрахований на 165 ліжкомісць. Тут готові розмістити максимум.
Достатньо буде місця для всіх, хто знаходиться в даному пологовому будинку. Відповідно, пацієнти, діти і персонал.
Допомога для тих, хто годинами стоїть у черзі на Львівському залізничному вокзалі, хто більше не має житла або ж утратив найближчих. У будівлі працює медико-психологічний штаб. Лікарі разом з волонтерами, також працівниками кризової служби Львова готові рятувати кожного, хто панікує опісля жахливих кадрів війни або простоювання у багатотисячних чергах.
Чесно кажучи, тут є дуже критична ситуація, тому що насправді приїжджають люди, які шукають задоволення своїх базових потреб. Так? Вони не мають мешкання, вони мають такі великі переживання втрати дому, втрати близьких. Не всі будуть звертатися, навіть коли, на думку фахівців, вони потребуватимуть допомоги. Так? Тому що люди часто не розуміють особливості свого психічного стану.
Позмінно психологи разом з небайдужими містянами працюють у парі, шукають тих, хто потенційно потребує підтримки. Розмова, хоч і неповноцінний курс терапії, та все ж може допомогти повернутись із апатичного стану та нагадати про потребу задоволення базових потреб.
Протягом доби, а ми працюємо круглодобово, працюємо 2 зміни, 12 по 12, ми маємо не менше, ніж 100 людей. Пара входить до години часу. Основна задача, ми розбиваємо їх по квадратах, розподіляємо по парах. Вони підходять до всіх людей, які стоять в черзі. Часом стоять 6 годин, часом стоять 8 годин, часом стоять більше, для того, щоб людині допомогти.
Працюють на місці лікарі, які мають змогу провести огляд або ж надати першу домедичну допомогу. Медико-психологічний штаб працює на 2-му поверсі Львівського залізничного вокзалу і готовий прийняти усіх охочих. Вареники.
З картоплею.
Одну з найсимволічніших національних страв для тих, хто на варті нашої безпеки, готують працівники Центру профтехосвіти, що на вулиці Городоцькій у Львові. Класичними зі шкварками сьогодні готуватимуть чергових на блокпостах а також біженців.
Варимо вареники, тоді на підноси остивають ці, і відра в нас є, і заливаємо навіть смальцем, і маємо на деякий період.
Ліпити пироги з картоплею для вчителів та техпрацівників закладу не новина. Вже 8 років поспіль куховарять для військових. Відправляють їжу на передову. Долучились і нині, страви відвозять в спеціальний штаб, звідти волонтери передають тим, хто потребує.
Вже дуже давно вареники ліпимо, навчилися їх ліпити, навіть тут вдосконалилися, і вони дуже виходять смачні.
За головного на кухні кремезний шеф Анатолій. Готують швидко і багато. Вже і підноси немає куди поставити. Але і це, певнить, не еталон роботи.
Якщо що по нормах має бути 27 вареників зроблено за хвилину, вони ще до того не доходять.
Крім вчителів історії української мови, на кухні і ті, хто чи не найбільше знає, як важливо, щоб військові були ситими і дужими. Наталія та Раїса з Києва. Жінки живуть у гуртожитку від училища, удень допомагають на кухні.
Нас тут приютили, ми тут проживаємо з дочкою, я приїхала. Ну і долучилася допомагати, вареники робити. Щось треба робити, не нудьгувати. Що можемо, то і допомагаємо так само.
В цей час ми не думаємо про те, що там іде. Для нас це психологічно теж дуже важливо. Тому дякуємо, що нас долучили. Аби люди поїли і було що їсти, звичайно, військовим в першу чергу.
Ті, хто знайшов тут прихисток, а це понад 170 осіб з різних регіонів України, можуть також і поїсти на кухні. Для них повноцінні прийоми їжі. Сьогодні ж на обід для родини з Донеччини суп, макарони, салат та найсмачніша страва, певнять.
Вареник вчорашній, дуже смачні були. Дуже смачні. З картоплею.
Це не передати. Турбота. Це турбота про інших людей. Це слово зворушливе не підходить. Дуже вдячний. Дуже. Якби був письменник, я б це написав поему чи роман, що в такі важкі часи зірка нації, зірка України, вона сіяє ярко. Я пишаю, що я українець.
Єлизавета Парубцова, Юрій Маковецький. Програма «Очі».
Це одне із багатьох у Львові приміщень, де допомагають виготовляти для наших військових зброю. Тут багато різноманітних пляшок, бензину, автомобільного мастила, клейкої стрічки та бавовняної тканини. Якщо це все правильно скласти докупи, вийде небезпечна вибухова суміш, яка здатна зупиняти навіть танки та бронетранспортери. Рецепт найпростішого бандерівського смузі такий.
Максимум ось це є 3/3. Ми додаємо 1/3 масла і 2/3 заповнюємо бензином. Але не до кінця, не по саме горлышко, щоб мала сама пляшка і ціла консистенція суміш мала люфт.
Після цього горловину пляшки слід герметично обмотати клейкою стрічкою, аби суміш не випаровувалася. В такому вигляді вона може зберігатися навіть декілька тижнів. Якщо ж тару не герметизувати, властивості коктейлю зберігатимуться лише 2-3 дні.
У нас є готова бандерівська смузинка, як ми її називаємо з хлопцями.
Процес застосування такої зброї не складніший, ніж процес її виготовлення.
Ми витягуємо фітіль, беремо будь-який гострий предмет, пробиваємо, намочуємо фітіль, підпалюємо, кидаємо ворожу техніку. Буде прекрасно горіти. Буде в Кремлі видно, як їхня техніка горить.
Рецептів для виготовлення запального смузі дуже багато. Як інгредієнти можна використовувати металеву стружку, сріблянку, ацетон із пінопластом. Кожна речовина по-своєму небезпечна і розрахована на різні завдання.
Коли закидуєте безпосередньо пінопласт і заливаєте ацетоном, весь пінопласт він розчиняється. І, власне, оця суміш пінопласт плюс ацетон дозволяє, власне, бандерівському смузі горіти ще сильніше і ще довше. Тому такі смузі, вони йдуть більше на таку техніку, як БТРи та танки, які треба дуже довго, щоб вони погоріли.
До слова, аби знищити бронетранспортер, потрібно застосувати орієнтовно 5 коктейлів Молотова. Найвразливіші місця цієї машини – вентиляція, вікна, люки, гумові колеса і башта. На танк піде трохи більше пляшок – 10. Головне – потрапити вибуховою сумішчю в оптичні прилади чи вентиляційні решітки позаду башти. Для виготовлення бандерівських смузі лише у Львові розгорнули понад 150 підпільних точок. Місця розташування тримають в таємниці. На такому об'єкті одна людина може виготовляти до 100 порцій легкозаймистої суміші за день.
В кожному районі, якщо загалом, це у нас зберігається зараз близько 15 тисяч бандерівських смузі. Відповідно, 7 тисяч ми вже відправили на гарячі точки. Це якраз суто ті, про які знаємо ми, які ми координуємо. Звичайно, що є люди, є мешканці міста Львова, які самовільно це роблять, які також допомагають і теробороні, і поліції, і військовим.
Також важливо правильно кинути пляшку. Це потрібно робити сильно і не над головою, а витягнутою в бік рукою. Таким чином можна не поранитися і потрапити прямісінько в ціль.
Ще 10 днів тому у цих місцях виступали артисти, відправляли літургії та влаштовували фотосесії. А сьогодні львівські театри, храми та сучасні фотостудії стали прихистком для тимчасових гостей. Замість вистав на сцені театру Леся Курбаса можна тепер побачити матраци. Театральні декорації використовують як ліжка, а посередині партеру – стіл, де можна поїсти. Актор театру, волонтер Андрій Водичев розповідає, що приймають колег із гарячих точок, акторів Київського театру «Березіль» та Харківського «Постскриптум».
Насправді ми тил. Там герої, хлопці б'ються за Україну. Ми мусимо принаймні хоча б це робити, щоб приймати людей, які потребують допомоги тут.
Львів'яни активно приносять необхідні речі, готують обіди й вечері. Також є душ. Прихисток у стінах театру віднайшла і сім'я Микити. Разом із мамою та маленькою сестричкою рятувалися від ракетних обстрілів поблизу їхнього будинку у Києві. Зараз почуваються у безпеці.
Честно говоря, ехали прямо в никуда. Вот, просто вокруг Киева слышны обстрелы, падение этих ракет. И было принято решение мамой сразу ехать в Львов. Вчера приехали, это первая ночь тут в театре. Приняли их очень хорошо. Вот сразу, как только вышли с вокзала, там есть пункты, где бесплатно кормят.
У випадку авіаційної тривоги працівники театру організували в підвалі спеціально обладнане бомбосховище.
І ці дзвіночки, які працюють в виставі «Благодарної еродії», тепер використовуємо для того, щоб якщо раптом щось, не дай Бог, станеться, то люди будуть ці дзвіночки повідомляти, що тут хтось є. Засоби, які треба просто сказати про те, що ми тут є, наприклад. Ну, не дай Бог, цього не буде. Я вірю в це.
Підтримати ініціативу «Прихистити біженців» також вирішили у Львівському театрі імені Марії Заньковецької, розповідає актор Андрій Петрук. Тут облаштували гуманітарний штаб для потреб військових та біженців.
Зібралися, думали спочатку своїми силами це все організовувати, якісь плести сітки, будь-що своїми силами, дали клич в інтернет і за годину тут був повне фоє продуктів. Люди приносили все, що ми в списках просили і не просили.
На першому поверсі театру, наче у вулику, до процесу долучилися актори, працівники з цехів, медики, волонтери та студенти-інтерни. Вже 7-й день поспіль вони фасують ліки та інші необхідні речі у коробки, плетуть сітки.
Перед тим вже було пару таких сіток, ми зробили. Хлопці теж, бачите, привозять і матеріали, і їжу, і все, що треба для воїнів. Бачите, приходять, допомагають, зовсім малечі.
Осторонь спільної біди не залишились і в храмі Святого Лазаря. Тут облаштували невеличкий прихисток хористи з капели «Дударик». Приймають жінок з дітьми. Для них облаштували 3 спальні, їдальню та санвузол. Небайдужі мешканці міста приносять сюди харчі, а гарячі обіди для матерів з малечою забезпечують волонтери з ресторанів.
Це є наш репетиційний клас нашої хорової капели. Зараз тут, то, що ви бачите, ми на станках помістили такі матраци і організували спальні місця для наших тимчасових гостей.
У храм по допомогу звернулась харків'янка Світлана з маленькою донечкою. На жаль, їхній дім під час обстрілів знищили.
Дай Бог, Господи, здравия и здоровья вашим волонтерам. Почему? Потому что такого теплого отношения я не встречала нигде и никогда. У нас здесь полный он-клюзив. А на самом деле очень-очень теплые, добродушные люди. И даже если где-то видят какую-то слезинку материнскую или детскую, сразу же подходят, сразу же обнимают и пытаются с чайком, с мяткой, пытаются нашу боль пережить вместе с нами.
Для матерів із дітьми також облаштували 2 бомбосховища, які розташовані одразу за вівтарем. Прийняти гостей готові і в сучасній студії «Драбина», де раніше відбувалися масштабні фотосесії. Тут немає умов для довготермінового проживання та душу, але є все необхідне для ночівлі в теплі.
Сьогодні ночувало всередині десь там 35 людей, тому що деколи на одне місце двоє лягають. Просто як рахувати, там мама приїжджає з дитиною, ми їм даємо, по суті, одне місце, але сплять дві людини.
Одна із прибулих гостей ще зовсім юна киянка Катя. Налякана дівчина приїхала сюди сама у пошуках безпечнішого місця.
Недалеко від нашого місця проживання сталися 2 вибухи, які мене досить налякали. Я почуваю себе в безпеці, тут дуже добре, тут дуже смачно годують і тут дуже добре відносяться до людей.
Ті, кого прихистили, вже й допомагають, стають волонтерами. Діана Мосура, Антон Лакіза, програма «Очі».
З перших днів війни каратисти на фронті зі зброєю. На захисті Києва головний тренер молодіжної збірної України Максим Невмержицький з позивним «Каратист».
3 березня, Гостомель, Лінокс, каратист. Хлопці, як настрій? Грузин, що скажеш?
Камарджоба.
Я на цвалі. Все буде Україна.
У тилу усі тренування скасували. Натомість організували у різних містах штаби допомоги біженцям і Збройним силам України. Каратисти вийшли на контакт з іншими країнами та налагодили отримання гуманітарної допомоги.
Вся Українська федерація карате, в тому числі і от ми у Львові, і наші друзі за кордоном дуже сильно нам допомагають. Вони звідти запаковують багато гуманітарної допомоги, відправляють на кордон, а ми вже їдемо на кордон, це перепаковуємо в наші фури, буси і відправляємо вже на місця їх призначення.
Зараз львівські тренери з карате вирушають у чергову поїздку до кордону по гуманітарну допомогу.
Ми ж як одна сім'я, одна федерація, всі допомагаємо і одна країна, мусимо допомагати.
Дорогою до кордону один з тренерів львівського клубу карате Ілля Нікулін розповідає, як змінилось спортивне життя з початком війни.
Якщо в нас було раніше, що якась конкуренція в спорті там між регіонами і так далі, зараз навпаки, зараз всі згуртовані, зараз всі за одне, дітей з різних міст приймаємо тренерів і багато кого розселяємо в своїх залах.
В одному із залів для карате у Львові приймали жіночу паралімпійську збірну України з волейболу сидячи. Спортсменки прямували у Дніпро з навчально-тренувальних зборів.
Гуртуємося, допомагаємо один одному і рятуємо один одного і боремося проти ворога України.
На пункті пропуску Краківець-Корчова кілометрові черги. Розвантаження вантажу доведеться чекати до ночі.
Хоч у нас є і листи, що ми їдемо за гуманітарною допомогою, але все одно прийдеться чекати, бо черги і всі так само багато є бусів за гуманітарною допомогою. Пізно вночі вернемося для того, щоб розгрузити і перегрузити далі на Київ і на інакші міста.
До слова, Європейська федерація карате позбавила Росію права проводити чемпіонат Європи. Не відбудеться і етап прем'єр-ліги у Москві. Також росіяни білорусів відсторонили від всесвітніх ігор.
Переповнені людьми, які тягнуть валізи вулиці, порожні класи шкіл та садки. Вже 10-й день Львів живе в режимі воєнного стану. У школах тривають двотижневі канікули. Нині навчальні заклади поселяють вимушено переселених мешканців міст, які обстрілює ворог. Припинили освітній процес також у львівських дитсадках. По-іншому в особливий період працюють міські медзаклади. По консультацію до сімейного лікаря медики радять звертатися телефоном. Відвідати лікарський кабінет можна за попереднім записом. У поліклінічних пунктах вакцинації приймають у звичному режимі, однак із незвичним переліком щеплень.
Планова госпіталізація та планова консультація відмінені. Однак, якщо пацієнт має хронічне захворювання і це може призвести до погіршення стану, то, звичайно, що такі пацієнти консультуються, вони госпіталізуються і їм надається медична допомога. Ми тільки залишили вакцинацію від ковід, решту вакцинації планові ми призупинили.
Призупинили роботу або ж перепрофілювались і заклади харчування. Чи не на кожних дверях у центрі міста оголошення «Нагодуємо, прихистимо». Львів більше не пахне кавою. Чимало кав'ярень зачинені. Більшість ресторанів не приймає відвідувачів. Мовляв, кухарі готують їжу для біженців та тероборонівців.
Ми зараз не працюємо на відкритті для обслуговування клієнтів тільки по тій причині, що працюємо для потреб волонтерів, потреб війська. Варимо в казані їсти більше, ніж для 100 чоловік. От вчора варили чинахи їм, передвчора бограч. Надіємо, що запрацюємо, звичайно, коли переможемо. А перемога за нами.
Магазини, банки клієнтів приймають, однак приходьте заздалегідь, бо час роботи скорочений. В місті оголошена комендантська година. Скоротили і кількість громадського транспорту. Відтак, на маршруті, до прикладу, 6А замість 8-9 транспортних засобів сьогодні курсує 4. Решта автобусів задіяна в перевезенні дітей. Тетяна Діяк, Юрій Кісь, програма «Очі».
Центр Львова, Порохова вежа. Тут на 3 поверхах кипить робота. 200 волонтерів працюють над виготовленням одразу 15 маскувальних сіток. Загалом за день тут можуть сплести від 30 до 40 одиниць тканинного укриття.
Це звичайні, можна як сказати, типу тряпки, які просто не збирали. І це просто від ворога, щоб можна було хоча б ховатись на блокпостах.
Основу маскувального полотна складає будь-яка сітка. Чи то футбольна, чи то будівельна. До неї прив'язують стрічки, які перед цим нарізали зі старого вбрання, простирадл чи інших тканин. Головне, аби колір був відповідним. Втім, і його можна за потреби змінити.
Беру шматочок тканини, вибираю місце, де б вона пасувала, наприклад, тут. Потім беру наступний, дивлюся, де не вистачає такого кольору і далі зав'язую.
Серед волонтерів не лише юнаки та юнки. Допомогти прийшла і пані Ніна. Жінка переконує, до спільної мети може долучитися кожен. Головне – мати бажання.
Краще бути чимось корисною, ніж просто сидіти, бути спостерігачем стороннім. То наша країна, ми повинні вносити свою лепту в загальну перемогу і наближати її. То, що перемога буде наша, в тому я не сумніваюся. Головне, чим пошвидше.
Волонтерів координатори закликають приходити через соцмережі. Кажуть, охочих допомогти вдосталь.
Зараз на даний момент у Львові, напевно, 2 основні такі точки, де виготовляються сітки. Це є тут і на Лазаренка від Львівської політехніки, а загалом у нас близько 55 зараз точок по Львову, де плетуться сітки.
Готові маскувальні сітки потрапляють на фронт 2 шляхами. Українські військові забирають їх напряму, або ж волонтери організовують трансфер безпосередньо до гарячої точки. Віталій Ковала, Юрій Маковецький, програма «Очі».
Як воно – бути українцем? Це забути про страх і холіруч зупиняти ворога. Готувати бандерівські смузі для чужинців і ліпити вареники для своїх.
Тримайтеся, хлопці, ми з вами. Перемога за нами.
Це проїхати 1000 кілометрів, щоб бути там, де потрібен найбільше.
Тепер вертаємося додому, боронити нашу неньку Україну.
І знати, як би складно не було, ти не сам.
Значить так, я тут, ніяку зброю ми не складемо, будемо захищати нашу державу.
Отак вона. Бути українцем сьогодні.
Рятуючи життя, усе майно, здобутки та плани довелось залишити під руїнами рідних міст. І з собою невеличкі валізки.
На 4 у нас по костюму и умывалка для лица. Все, что было, то и взяли. Документы, главное, с собой, все целое.
Зі сльозами на очах жінки пригадують, як прощались із чоловіками, котрі таки залишилися боронити свої рідні міста.
Я дочка, мама и собака. Едем к бабушке. На время, конечно же, никто не собирается бросать нашу страну, но так, чтобы спокойно папа остался защищать родину нашу.
Новоприбулих людей одразу розподіляють по автобусах, які курсують до кордону. Одні від'їжджають, інші прибувають. Час очікування в межах півгодини.
Трачать добу евакуаційних поїздів, і для того, щоб розвантажити потоки, частина поїздів через один зупиняється тут, частину відправляють в районні адміністрації для реєстрації, хто має бажання залишитись тут. Ті, хто мають бажання виїхати відразу за кордон, мають можливість сісти на автобуси і відразу поїхати на кордон.
В організації перевезень задіяно 3 десятки автобусів комунальних підприємств Львівської міської ради. І чи не в кожному з них звучить
Слава Україні! Героям слава!
Тетяна Дієк, Антон Лакіза, програма «Очі».
Дорогі брати і сестри, в Україні течуть ріки крові та сліз. Це геть не військова операція, це війна, яка сіє смерть, руйнацію та страждання. Кількість жертв зростає, як і кількість біженців, особливо матерів та дітей. У цій стражденній країні потреба в гуманітарній допомозі збільшується щогодини. Я від усього серця благаю забезпечити охорону гуманітарним коридорам та гарантувати і полегшити допомогу на території в облозі, аби полегшити життєво необхідну допомогу нашим братам і сестрам, пригніченими бомбами та страхом. Я дякую всім, хто дає прихисток біженцям. Перш за все, я благаю припинити збройний наступ, і аби переговори та здоровий глузд взяли верх. І аби знову дотримувалося міжнародне право. Я також хочу подякувати журналістам, які ризикують своїм життям, щоб висвітлити інформацію. Дякую, брати та сестри, за вашу службу. Службу, яка дозволяє нам наблизитися до трагедії того населення і мати доступ, аби побачити жорстокість війни. Дякую, брати та сестри. Давайте разом помолимося за Україну. Ми бачимо її прапори перед собою. Помолимося разом, як брати і сестри, до Матері Божої, покрови України. Богородиця Діва, радуйся, благодатна ти між жінками, благословен плід лона Твого, бо ти породила Христа, Спаса і Збавителя душ наших. Свята Марія, Матір Божа, молись за нас грішників, зараз і в годину смерті. Амінь. Святий престол готовий на все, служити заради миру. У ці дні 2 кардинали поїхали до України, аби служити людям, аби допомагати. Кардинал Краєвський, милостивий, який допомагатиме потребуючим, та кардинал Черній, тимчасовий префект дикастерії, сприяння цілісному людському розвитку. Присутність там 2 кардиналів – це не лише присутність папи, а й усіх християн, які об'єднуються і кажуть: війна – це божевілля. Будь ласка, зупиніться, подивіться на цю жорстокість.
But at the same time, we have to remember, just as a video
The people of Latvia have raised millions of euros in previous days in private donations to support Ukraine as open exporter of sovereign Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
Білого дому щодня. Просимо президента Байдена та американських лідерів визнати, що Україна потребує більше допомоги, ніж те, що зробили. Ми вдячні за всю допомогу до цього часу, але ми просимо, щоб всі банки російські відрізали від системи SWIFT, щоб перестали купувати нафту від Росії, щоб дали літаки для України від Європи, Міги і Су літаки, які українські пілоти можуть зараз використовувати, і щоб закрили небо над Україною і захистили від ракет і від ворожих літаків і бомб, щоб наше населення могло вижити проти цієї агресії.
Вот сегодня в Алматы по инициативе ряда движений проходит митинг против войны в Украине, против вторжения России в Украину. Вот алматинцы, казахстанцы вышли поддержать украинцев на этот митинг, на место, которое называется кладбищем памятников. Здесь сюда свезены памятники советской эпохи. Я вам сейчас их покажу. И вот здесь наш акимат, ну, то есть наша мэрия, разрешила проведение митинга. Ну, вот такая информация на сегодняшний момент. Виктор Ковтуновский,
Привіт, мене звати Мей Маск, і мій український видавець попросив мене надіслати вам повідомлення. Світ бачить, що відбувається. Ми дуже засмучені, це трагедія. Але ми дуже вражені тим, якими мужніми ви є. І ми будемо підтримувати вас усім, чим можемо. Ви намагаєтеся врятувати вашу свободу. Ви сміливі і ви переможете. Ви отримуєте допомогу з усього світу. Світ сконцентрований на ваших новинах, і це дуже сумно. І я також хочу подякувати росіянам, які протестують. Ми сподіваємося, що це незабаром закінчиться. Ми продовжимо говорити. Зупиніть війну. Просто зупиніть війну.
Виступають наші добровольці у кривавий тан, визволяти рідну Україну з московських кайдан. А ми ті московські кайдани розірвемо, а ми нашу славну Україну гей-гей розвеселимо. А ми ті московські кайдани розірвемо, а ми нашу славну Україну гей-гей розвеселимо. Гей, у полі ярої пшенички, золотистий лан, розпочали стрільці українські з ворогами тан.
Повертаємося у прямий ефір. ТРК «Перший західний» говоримо про події на фронті, що відбуваються в різних регіонах України та в Європі і світі. І почнемо ми цей ефір саме з новин з Японії.
About the updated events. So we have news about Japan. Japan claimed that the southern part of Kuril Islands is their sovereign territory, and the war is not over, and the Kuril Islands is the Japanese territory. So that was the claim made by the Prime Minister of Japan. We have updated information from the headquarters of the armed forces of Ukraine. The enemy is totally demoralized, but they are still planning to continue bombing and shelling. We now are welcoming Petro Chernik, military expert, in our studio. He is actively involved in territorial defense of Lviv region. Glory to Ukraine. New shelling. The enemy is demoralized. So this we know. What else can we expect from the Russian occupiers? We can expect anything. I want us to be optimistic, but I don't want to be overexcited with optimism, because our enemy, they still have a lot of what we call cannon meat or cannon fodder. They still have a lot of armory, a lot of military machinery, but they have been trapped. And we don't want to get euphoric. So the victory is around the corner, but we have to keep the cool mind, we have to stay strong, and we have to destroy our enemy and destroy their military vehicles. Because their philosophy is that do not spare soldiers, because Russian women will give birth to more soldiers. But their military equipment, machinery, vehicles, that's something they cannot spare. And now it's early spring, and unfortunately for them, it's not a good season, because their vehicles can only move across the asphalt roads, so they cannot move across the field, because they just get stuck. The enemy moves along the roads, and they are trying to besiege small villages and towns. Unfortunately for them, fortunately for us, they failed to take over the major cities as they were planning, Kyiv, Kharkiv, and others. So I believe that they will not be able to take over Kyiv, because if they wanted to, they should have done it during the first hours of their attack. Because in early hours, territorial defense wasn't ready yet. Now they are ready. They are completely armed, equipped, and ready to defend our capital city. Same is true about Kharkiv and Mykolaiv. Unfortunately, Kherson has been occupied, but the fact that peaceful population are resilient, and they even ignore the shots into the air, so that means a lot. I think that psychologically the victory is already ours. I have information that 33 helicopters were destroyed yesterday. Let's explain to our audience what are the tactical groups in the Russian Federation, why once they enter the city, why don't they deploy their units? Why do they keep moving in one column as a convoy? Again, it's a psychological disadvantage because they are completely disorientated and morally broken. You have to deploy this convoy against some visible enemy. But I have to pay tribute to our armed forces. So they are destroying their vehicles precisely and very professionally. Therefore, they cannot see the enemy face to face. Therefore, we have to be grateful to our allies that they sent a lot of anti-tank defense systems, and they keep supplying those systems. Strategic initiative is on our side. But let me reiterate again, it's too early to relax, it's too early to get complacent. We keep moving forward. We are making advances. We are even counter-attacking. And Mariupol, that was besieged, is now under Ukrainian power. But unfortunately, we haven't broken this skeleton yet. Almost all armed forces that were deployed next to the border of Russia is already inside Ukraine. A lot died, a lot are wounded. But I think that in order to have a major advantage, we still need to destroy another 30,000 people. But I'm absolutely positive that our armed forces and our political nation that was born in this war will manage that. We recently provided statistics of Pentagon and statistics of Estonian experts, and these statistics vary as far as the destroyed armory and machinery is concerned. As I said, that probably 30% of their personnel has been destroyed and as much of their machinery and vehicles. I think that we cannot now provide the most accurate statistics of how much equipment and vehicles were destroyed, but I think that our headquarters, they keep these statistics. And I know that our aces, I will call them aces, and our artillery, they destroy a lot of their vehicles. It's hard to give you precise statistics because if there is a convoy and you destroyed the front and the rear of the convoy and you don't know how many were in the middle, so therefore statistics is not very accurate. How realistic is the scenario to kill the president? I think it's not realistic. I'll give you a historic example. I would love to see the assassination of Putin by Shoigu or whoever. Oh no, I meant the murder of the president of Ukraine. Sorry, I misunderstood you. I think there is little possibility, little probability that our president will be assassinated. I think that they should probably send some subversive groups, some infiltrators, and those people have to be where the president physically is. If that didn't happen during the first 3 nights, because now we have territorial defense units, we have National Guard, so I believe that they will not have a chance to physically reach the president. As far as the shelling is concerned, so I think that I should be grateful to all those who are working in anti-aircraft defense units because they are working on 100% capacity, if not more. It's not a secret that higher precise caliber weapon is scarce. I'm talking about the Russian side. So they are running out of high precision caliber weapon. We have intelligence that says that Iskanders, that with the range of few kilometers, 500 kilometers to be precise, so they've run out of Iskanders, and now they are using some old equipment with the range 120 kilometers, and I think that tactically we have advantage over them. How important is to strengthen our anti-aircraft defense units with the equipment that was promised by NATO. I think that we have so many multiple rocket launchers and so many anti-aircraft defense systems that we can win 3 wars. When we are talking about strategic defense systems, so this is Patriot and other generations, they are very, very pricey. But this is more of offensive weapon, not defensive weapon, because Stinger is defensive weapon. Patriot is offensive weapon. I'm not sure if we ever get such weapon. I will be honest with you. First of all, it's very pricey, astronomically pricey. One Patriot costs $170 million. And we will need minimum 10 vehicles with Stinger. They also have defense unit called TED, and the price is exorbitant, so the range is above atmosphere, and it costs a few $1 billion. When we are talking about this assistance that we receive, so we have to be very careful, because I see lots of messages in the internet that you have to help us, you have to provide us equipment. We have outdated equipment, we have trained pilots, and if you give us the jet fighters, so we will manage. I think we have to be careful, because if we receive the equipment that is offensive, it could be dangerous. Moreover, the supply of such equipment might mean that NATO is going to join this war in our territory. So we have to dismiss those illusions. We also know that there is this foreign legion. There are volunteers who decided to join Ukrainian army. I believe that they are going to do very interesting job in interesting locations, interesting directions. And I believe that the spring will help the season, because we will have new federal leaves and it will be to our advantage. Speaking of Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, I apologize. So I think that Russia also approached them and asked for military assistance. Is that correct? Did they agree to provide? I think that Russia just overestimated their might and their power. They counted that they would win the war in 3 days, so the so-called blitzkrieg, and you even probably saw that in Hostomel they were ready to organize the parade in order to celebrate the victory. If they are asking for assistance from other countries, so that's good news for us. It means that they don't manage to use their own equipment because it's either non-existent or it's in pathetic state. Speaking of Lukashenko, Lukashenko decided to take a break, and I think that his break is going to be long. My suspicion is that probably there is a problem with personnel, with the servicemen in Belarus. It's not verified information, and I believe also they don't want to fight, so they don't have any motivation. They don't want to die in Ukraine for what? For two dictators, Lukashenko and Putin, who lost their mind. Let me emphasize again that every minute, every hour of our resistance works to our advantage, strategically. It's the end of Moscow Empire. That's true. But unfortunately, it's not going to be fast. And the price that we pay is also going to be high. All the cards are open. The black and red lines have been crossed, and the only thing left is to fight for our survival. We can't even start making agreements with them. I think it's just not possible, because what they do in the north of Ukraine, they are bombarding residential areas, they are killing peaceful people. It's beyond any common sense. Even fascists, even the Nazis do not do the genocide that they are doing. They say that Russia is trying to use the tactics that they used in Yugoslavia. But this tactics requires group work. I think that possibility exists because the beast is wounded. The beast has been cornered. The beast is scared. If Hitler had nuclear weapons, he would probably use it. He would probably press the button. And before Hitler ended his life in bunker, Berlin resisted. So Berlin stopped its resistance after Hitler died. The situation we have now is that the beast is in the corner. He's trying to make the calculations of all possible options left. And I think that his psychology has it that losing to Ukraine is probably the most unacceptable scenario for Putin. Therefore, he is exerting to every method, every dirty tactics, every dirty deed. I think that it's not so easy to explode the reactor, because you have to use tons of explosive materials. If you are an expert, if we were experts, we would understand that the reactor is very well protected by reinforced concrete, and it's not so easy to explode it. I've been thinking where else they can do damage, in which areas that could be beneath the area of common sense. Let's just remind that they were trying to take over Zmiyny Island, and it took them 2 days. Does that mean that we are protecting our coastal line much better than we did in the past? Or maybe the weather is to our advantage? I think both. I think that Russian army, Russian armed forces, so they overestimated their might and their power. Look at their soldiers. They look like hobos. Our territorial defense units, these are ordinary people, ordinary civilians who joined armed forces recently. They look like Hercules, so they look like warriors, like Spartacus. But Russian soldiers, they look pathetic, they look like hobos. Because Russian army was publicizing the might of their army, and they were illusioned. But when it came to real fight, to real battle, so the bubble cracked. But let me re-emphasize again that it's too early to celebrate. It's too early to get euphoric. Speaking of paratroopers, we hope that the weather cooperates, because the weather is a really important factor for paratroopers. If the sea is stormy, I think it's not to our advantage. Let's think about other regions. So they helped to win the time so that Odessa gets prepared, because they have mined their coastal line and they did it effectively. I was absolutely confident that if they start using multiple rocket launchers, so that would be very difficult for us. But now I understand, because we have protected Odessa so well from the seaside and from the landline, so that for them it won't be possible to take over this city. Mykolaiv is holding up. I know that the military airport was destroyed. I know that they destroyed a lot of military equipment, but Odessa is holding up. I have a lot of questions for you, but very little time. Myself and Yarina, we have been trying to explain to people that this does not mean that all the regions were occupied. The roads were occupied. So they just move along the road, and there they find their deaths. And they are limited, they are restricted in their maneuvers and in their movements. Is that correct? Is that what is happening? Yes. There are three strategic things that we have to understand. So our aviation is very effective, and we have to be grateful to America and Great Britain for good intelligence, because they have military satellites. We all use GPS navigator. This is 5% of what the system is capable of. So we have fantastic intelligence from the military satellites. Our artillery is amazing. Our artillery works against the enemy, and anti-tank defense units. If we didn't get those systems, it would have been much harder for us. So strategic aspects of opening the fire come from three different directions: aviation, artillery. Artillery is amazing, and also anti-tank defense systems, plus infantry groups. Every military equipment that was abandoned by the Russians, and it was confiscated, seized by ordinary people who became just guerrilla soldiers. So that's also our advantage. I think that we will cut them as salami. So again, this process is going to be long and hard. Don't get mesmerized. Don't get too overexcited, because it's going to take long. Do you think that Western Ukraine might suffer, that there might be some provocations here? Possible. You know that 4 rockets were launched, and the target was Western Ukraine. Vinnytsia was targeted. So you're trying to say that the crazier Putin gets, the more realistic the scenario is that even the Western Ukraine might suffer. Yes, he has cognitive dissonance disorder. We all compare him with Hitler. Hitler knew that Mussolini was hung and that his dead body was tortured. And Hitler knew that he cannot enter any negotiation or he cannot give up. And if Putin, I can call him the devil, understands what's going on, so he might do anything. If the enemy is so cruel, why do we keep negotiating with the enemy? Because every round gives 0 effect. I think it's important to show that we are civilized. We have to play by the rules. We cannot fight using their dirty techniques and dirty methods. We are a civilized European country, and we are fighting for our choice, which is civilized choice. And the community we want to join, remember that their values is people above all. Therefore, we are trying to send clear messages, clear signals that we are a civilized country. Even if they act using the dirtiest methods, we have to stay civilized. I have another question which I believe is ridiculous, but we know what price we have paid over 12 days, and I think that the price is going to be even higher. How long is going to be the active phase of this war, humanitarian disasters, etc. I believe that it's going to be until our initiative is developed at the level of 70%. The 24th of February was 0.0. I think now we are at 0.50 to 55. And I believe that in order to start feeling the advantage, so we need to reach the level of 75–80%. We, together with I want to talk about the death toll and the wounded. Our death toll is high, but theirs is much higher. So I think that if we destroy 45% of their personnel, that's also going to be this point of no return, I would call it. Again, I might be too optimistic. I don't want to say that you have to wait another 7 days and there will be point of no return. It's a little bit emotional aspect, and I also want victory. Everybody wants the war to be over, but we have to stay realistic and think sensibly. We all have to do the jobs we can do best. So you do what you can do best, providing the accurate information. I will be doing what I do best. That means that we have to stay realistic, not to get mesmerized, not to get euphoric, but we have to keep fighting. Yes, and the victory is going to be on our side. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for having me. The Army of Russian Federation has a clear order to destroy civilian population. Some Russian soldiers refuse to kill women and children, but they have clear order. And one war prisoner was interrogated, and he said that they had a clear order to shoot the civilians. There was even an incident that Russian soldiers, seeing that they wounded a woman, tried to help her, but unfortunately other Russian soldiers killed their own soldiers because they couldn't stand such a scene. We have Andriy Hodik, who is the deputy head of Military Civilian Administration. Glory to Ukraine. You probably heard our military expert, and what he was trying to say that we need to stay strong, we need to stay strong here in Lviv region because we have a very specific role that was allocated to us. Yesterday we had a conversation with the state administration. We understand that Lviv has exhausted its capacity when it comes to refugees. Is that correct? You're absolutely right that Lviv opened its doors to refugees, to internally displaced people. But it's not only about Lviv, it's also Lviv region and small towns near Lviv. But we understand that the amount of people arriving in Lviv by railroad does not allow to provide all people with shelter. I mean, provide them with comfortable conditions.
Районні центри, де будуть люди проживати, будуть поселятися. Ми говоримо це як про
can offer people temporary shelter, temporary residence, especially if people want to move further to European Union, for example, Poland or other countries. But here we are talking about huge figures. More than 100,000 people ended up in Lviv region. 400,000 crossed the border with Ukraine. It's a challenge. It's a huge challenge for Lviv region, for its infrastructure, and we need to provide these people with all the necessary means for comfortable living. I think that it's also a huge load when it comes to grocery stores, gas stations, pharmacies, etc. Today we were raising the issue that prices should be regulated, and also we should regulate the supply of food and the essentials so that it lasts for everybody and it's enough for everybody. It's not only about food, essentials, medication, etc. We definitely see that, unfortunately, our major grocery stores lack some basic food, and transportation is now impeded by the fact that the roads are busy. Do you have information about the regions? How many more people can be welcomed to Lviv region? So how many more people you can offer the shelter to, like Drohobych, Yavoriv and other small towns? It varies from town to town, from rayon to rayon. Some towns have better infrastructure, they have sports facilities, social economic facilities. We have an issue with the shelters and providing the sleeping places in shelters, such as mats, mattresses, blankets, etc. But I want to assure you that if need be, we will keep receiving the refugees and internally displaced people. We have been closely following Facebook, and we know that a lot of young men who volunteered, who joined the army, they already lost their life, and Lviv is suffering losses. We also see that a lot of wounded soldiers were brought to Lviv for further treatment. Do you have any statistics about how many people are wounded that are in military hospital in Lviv? The hospital has the capacity to provide services to the wounded and injured. They have enough blood in the blood bank, they have enough medication, enough staff. As far as the number of wounded is concerned, I think that it's 150 who arrived only today. Do you know if anything is missing in the front line? I mean the equipment, I mean helmets, body armor, etc. The supply issue is being addressed inch by inch, but we always miss GPS trackers, thermal vision devices, body armor, helmets, etc. So there is never too much of them. I understand that our overseas partners are helping a lot, people from all over the world. That is correct. Do you have any information about Підзамче neighborhood? There were a lot of refugees who took shelter there. We saw that Lviv railway station, the main railway station, will not be able to welcome all the refugees. That's why we decided to organize another shelter in Підзамче station, especially those trains that stop at Підзамче station. So, and we have opened a shelter. People who arrive there, so they can either temporarily stay in one of the shelters, or they can be taken to the border crossing point. How often do you get requests from private companies or private entrepreneurs who have manufacturing facilities, for example, big gyms, and they can offer their facilities that could be converted into shelters where you can put beds and where you can offer shelter to internally displaced people. Everybody does, including shopping malls. Speaking of permits that are issued to volunteers, so you have to update them after 10 days. So does that mean that tomorrow the permits have to be prolonged and renewed? That is correct. Are there any issues with fuel for ambulance, firefighters, police cars, fuels for those cars that take the wounded soldiers from the front line to the hospital? Gas is sufficient, and those cars and vehicles that deliver humanitarian aid also have enough gas. There were a few issues regarding food supplies and medication supplies, but these issues have been addressed, and I think that the reserves have been supplied, and this issue has been resolved. We had Yuri Vizniak in our studio. He is the director of Humanitarian Aid Center, and he said that they have too much of female clothes and warm clothes. Is there anything that's missing? Besides military equipment and military clothing, I think what we need is diapers, is food for children, mats, mattresses, blankets, bed sheets, etc. We always need it. It's never enough because we need to provide the shelters with these things. We had Stepan Kuybida in our studio in the morning, and he said that the cabinet of ministers were actively working today, and they were solving some problems regarding the economics of Ukraine. Do they take any decisions that they oblige you to implement that could be conflictual and not easy to implement? I think that it's not an issue. So we always we are working in good balance and good harmony. A lot of people keep asking questions about the assistance that could would be offered to private entrepreneurs. Only private entrepreneurs from certain regions can get this assistance. Some people were not happy why entrepreneurs from Lviv region can get this assistance. We know that Lviv hasn't suffered from this military operation. Therefore, I believe that it's only fair that people from regions that suffers the most will be offered this financial assistance. I think another issue that has to be addressed is checkpoints. There are 540 checkpoints in Lviv region. We tried to analyze all of them together with law enforcement and with our military command. And I think that we need no more than 100 checkpoints to provide safety and security. So the other 440 have to be dismantled, taken down, because they block the roads and they hinder rather than help. There were 113 checkpoints that have to be demolished as soon as possible. First of all, the way they were built, so they did not meet safety requirements. They block the transportation of humanitarian aid. 100 checkpoints were in Yavoriv, small town, and they were closer to Polish border. So the question that begs is like, who are you trying to protect your roads from? From humanitarian aid that comes from Poland? From the assistance that comes from Poland? I believe that we have to be sensible when it comes to checkpoints. I have an idea. We have to broadcast our TV channel there. I think that we've been talking about checkpoints for days, and we still have this issue. I understand that it hinders the transportation of humanitarian aid, the movement of private transport, public transport. People have to understand that their over-enthusiasm or initiatives sometimes hinder and not help. I think that we are ready to demolish those checkpoints that are illegal and that are impeding the transportation. We have been talking a lot about refugees and how they are welcomed. We know what's going on in Ivano-Frankivsk and Chernivtsi, and we would like to offer you 2 video footages of how refugees are welcomed in those 2 regions, Chernivtsi and Ivano-Frankivsk.
Ми спілкуємося з режисерами в прямому ефірі. Не у всіх програмах у вас є така можливість бачити це спілкування. Вони вже готові, а ви готуєтесь до того, щоб подивитися на це відео.
Людина приїжджає, якщо вона ніде не зареєструвалась попередньо, немає місця для
If a person doesn't have a plan or an idea, so they just arrive in the city and they are offered information where they can find shelter, where is the nearest bomb shelter. All places, all shelters provide food, water and basic needs, things of basic needs. In Ivano-Frankivsk, Security Service of Ukraine detained one infiltrator. This woman arrived in Ivano-Frankivsk in December last year, and she was taking pictures and video shooting of military facilities. She was sending them to the Russian Federation, so this woman is now charged with treason. I have always been thinking that lots of people who basically catch such people. So these are local people. So they actually find such people. But also among traitors, there are also local people. I understand that Russian pilots might sometimes say that I was given a command and I was given their coordinates and I had to shell according to their coordinates. But local people who become traitors, how can you explain that? Oleg Deripaska, Russian billionaire, I think that he took off his rosy glasses or pink glasses and he opened his eyes and he said that he's against the war, that he's trying to be objective and he's trying to be fair, and he says that all we need is peace. After the war, the whole world will change, including Russia. If I had a chance to talk to that person, I would reassure him that the world is going to be different, but Russia is not going to be part of this world. Deripaska was under the sanctions of a few countries. For sure, I remember that Canada imposed sanctions on Mr. Deripaska. Canada, Great Britain and the United States, they have always acted together, but you have to know that Deripaska is one of the, let's say, Putin's wallets. So he is one of those people who are very dangerous. Good news is that another airplane was downed by an anti-aircraft defense system. Previously, in that region, anti-aircraft system was not that effective because they had problems with targeting. But now they become very effective. They are learning fast. The Center for Strategic Communication and Information Security keep informing that Elon Musk is providing Starlink to Ukraine. More than 5,000 items of Starlink stations will be delivered to Ukraine soon. Mr. Zelensky approached him personally. Also, Mr. Fedorov, the Minister of Digital Transformation, approached Elon Musk, asking to provide Starlink systems, and he did it without hesitation. So that's good news. We know that not only Fedorov talked to Musk, but also Zelensky talked to Musk, because this is different level of internet, it's different quality, it's satellite internet, and it's much faster and much better quality. I wanted to provide you one message. It's important message, and pay attention to two names, Ravniston and Pishchansky. These are two people who are traveling from Odessa to Peremyshel. They were trying to get fines or kickbacks from refugees, promising them the seats on evacuation train. These are two people, Ravnistov and Pishchansky. They are employees of Ukrainian railway. You can check information on them because they were trying to cash in on refugees. I remember that somewhere near Lviv, I think it was Stry probably, there were some billboards with the names of people who did not pay utility bills. I think that now we should put the two names on all billboards so that they become heroes and everybody knows them. So they were trying to cash in on refugees who were trying to escape. There were also a few other schemes, fraudster schemes, that some people offered you accommodation, lodging, you pay advance, and you arrive and there is no accommodation, no advance, and no landlord. We have another guest in our studio, Andriy Moskalenko, who is deputy mayor of Lviv. We were talking about looters. I think Lviv's mayor called them looters, people who try to cash in on war. Do you keep receiving information about people who are looters, who are charging people's skin when they rent a flat, or they overcharge for food and the essentials? I think that was on day 2 that we put the information about the hotels that put up the prices without any reason. We had a meeting with a lot of hotel representatives. Some were really human. Some were even putting down the prices, but some were trying to charge the clients their skin. There were also instances that the buses delivering the passengers were free, especially if they were delivering refugees, but some were charging them. If you were at the railway station yesterday or the day before or today, there were a lot of abandoned cars that were parked and they were looted. Also, there were some taxi drivers who were offering a ride and they were also overcharging the passengers. I heard a story. 2 people who I know, they were about to arrive in Lviv and they needed lodging. I booked a room for them, and people were late, the guests were late, and they arrived after midnight, and fortunately, luckily, thanks God, they were not charged extra. And those owners of apartments, so they did not cancel the booking, even though that the guests did not arrive on time. Another information is about restaurant owners. They offer free meals to refugees. We also have to talk about the good deeds, owners of business who do good things. Some owners of restaurants and cafes that are located near railway stations, so they also offer free meals to women and children. So we also have to talk about these people who do good things, good deeds. You started talking about the railway station. 40,000 people arrived in Lviv in just one day. We have some images from the railway station. We understand that the situation is critical. Yesterday, there was even an idea to stop receiving trains from other cities in Lviv, because Lviv has probably exceeded its capacity. What is the situation today? We visited a railway station today, and there were lots of people waiting for a train leaving for Poland. Yesterday, the day before yesterday, there were lots of people arriving from Kharkiv, Kyiv, and other cities. But you know that from Volnovakha to Mariupol, the bridge was destroyed and one train didn't arrive. But there are also buses that are waiting in railway stations, so they take the passengers and take them to the border crossing points. You know that Krakivets border crossing point was very busy yesterday and the day before yesterday, so we had to take people to other border crossing points. We also provided buses that could take people to other places if they knew the address where they are waited for. Also, we were thinking of putting up tents. United Nations organization is going to help us with such tents. As you know, yesterday we put up a new shelter in Підпишіться station. 9,000 people arrived and they stay in this shelter. It's not as crowded as the shelter in the main railway station, but we are getting help from Lviv State Administration, volunteers, from emergency service units. So this shelter allows you to spend the night there, and also there are buses waiting all the time, so they can take you directly to the border crossing point, and all this activity is regulated together with military-civilian administration. I know that schools have been actively involved in this process. Do I get it right that almost all schools and all daycares are now working as shelters, and they provide beds and food to refugees? Around 400 different facilities have been converted into shelters. Today I had a meeting with rectors of different universities, and we do not only open the gyms, campuses, but also classrooms in universities and colleges. So we offer place to people who came for a day, 2 days, 3 days, half a day even, so that these people have a chance to stay in a warm place, to get some hot meals, because you know that the temperature is going to drop tomorrow, the day after, so we are expecting -10 centigrade, and it might be harsh and it might be very difficult for families with young children. So lots of universities open their doors and they welcome refugees, music schools, libraries, sports clubs. So they are going to be converted into shelters. We have a few centers, a few sports centers like Будівельник, Bosco. Have they been converted into shelters? Bosco is already working as a shelter. As for Будівельник, we are going to convert it into the shelter. So I don't have the updated information. I know that in Брюховичі and Винники there are 2 football clubs. So you can also convert them into shelters. I have information about Vinniki, preliminary information. I don't know for sure about Брюховичі, but I can find it out for you. Internally displaced people have to be provided with essentials and things of basic need. Who does that? The city or the national government? Well, basically it's us. We receive a lot of humanitarian aid from our partner cities. We had talks with the mayor of Freiburg, for example. A lot of Polish cities were actively involved in this process. We were delivering mattresses, sleeping bags to different locations. There are a lot of volunteers who are involved and helping us, so they coordinate meals, beds, etc. We have heroes here, local heroes. For example, in Sikhiv neighborhood, they are going to open a shelter. I have a friend, actually not a friend, an acquaintance who I know. She is the business owner, and I called her and I asked her if she could help, and she agreed immediately. So these are the local heroes doing little things where they are, and they are doing what they can.
туди приходять люди і просять, питають, а де
Some people say that their apartment buildings turn into shelters. Some people even put the announcement, like information that this is the night shelter, so you can put up here. How can you regulate such things? Yeah, from the viewpoint of safety and security. Because if it's just an apartment building and people keep knocking on your door asking if that's shelter, of course it's annoying. I know that it has to be regulated. We are trying to keep an eye on that. Well, I haven't heard about this very case. I don't know who put this information that this apartment building is a shelter and that refugees were annoying ordinary people. We also get information from different homeowners associations. They say that we get all sorts of orders from city council. Do you stay in touch with the homeowners associations leaders, managers? Because this activity also has to be well coordinated. We have a very good coordination and communication with homeowners association managers, and we know that homeowners association is a very good type of organization, and people are actively involved. I believe that this is kind of co-responsibility, because people are actively involved. And information that we post is verified very fast. For example, yesterday there was an instance that a person who arrived in Lviv as a refugee, she was immediately added to the group chat of homeowners association of the apartment building, and people were checking on that person. Do they need anything? Have they got registered in military office, etc.? We are going to have another guest in our studio soon. She's helping children. I'm not going to announce her name before she comes, but let's talk about education. The Minister of Education, Mr. Scarlett, said that school education cannot continue offline because schools have been converted into shelters. So how do children continue their education? It's understandable that we cannot take any decisions right now because we don't know what the situation will be tomorrow. But we started working on it. We started talking about remote education, how we can include the children in remote education. Also, together with Mayor, we discussed the possibility that women and children who are internally displaced people and they are currently in Lviv, they also should be given a possibility to join school online. We are now working on this model, on this education model, because you have to understand that we are working in crisis conditions. A lot has to be elaborated, but I hope that soon we will be able to offer an education model for our city. I know that online school is offered by private educational establishments, because there are a lot of private schools in Lviv, and I think that those children who want to continue education, who want to be involved in online schooling, they can join private schools.
Якщо маєш, то я в будь-якому випадку задам спочатку своє.
I have a question for
Щодо
you.
життєдіяльності міста
It's about
загалом. Війна війною, але все решта
the livelihood of our city.
Ми отримали величезну
We have a lot of refugees living in our city. We had 1 million people of our own, and now we have another 500,000. Another, half a million. So, and we know that utility services are also working on the verge of its capacity. How comfortable it is for residents of Lviv now. We have a hotline, and there is a call center that has been created to help the call line, hotline that we had in Lviv previously, 056, because this hotline cannot cope with the number of calls that they receive, because there were issues related to electricity, water supply, litter removal, and now they also have to deal with the issues of shelters. We were thinking that we might also have a helpline on the railway station, especially if there are instances that people lose documents and they want to travel further abroad. What can they do? So the help should be provided on site. Speaking of transportation, there are a lot of buses taking refugees to the border crossing point, and we have fewer buses running in the city as public transport, because a lot of them have been taken by the armed forces of Ukraine to serve their needs. I also see that we have issues with parking, because we have many more cars in Lviv, and people start parking in no parking places, and some people drive dangerously, especially people who are not locals, and they don't know the infrastructure, they don't know the roads, they don't know the crossroads. We will start evacuating these cars. First, we have to put the warning. We give people half a day to evacuate their car, to repark your car. If they ignore our warning, then we evacuate them and we take them to the special place where later they have to pay the fine and take their car home. I know that there are issues with the central parts, central streets of Lviv, and we are working on it. In the morning, I saw that the situation wasn't that bad, but I haven't checked the situation as of now. You probably talk to representatives of small and medium business. Is business ready to resume its operation, to reopen? Today is day 12. Do you have any data of how many businesses are ready to resume its operation? Today I talked to a lot of entrepreneurs. So food stores keep working, shopping malls will probably open up soon. You understand that lots of people have been conscripted, lots of people closed their businesses and relocated. And I have information about one shopping mall that they are ready to slowly reopen their stores, and they will start giving jobs to people. We had a few meetings today, and we encourage entrepreneurs to resume their operations and start reopening their businesses. The budget of the city, of course, is going to suffer additional expenses. Are we okay with the budget? So do we have enough resources? We had reserve resources to buy gas for the buses and to buy medication. I'm talking about the medication for the territorial defense units. Also, we provide medication to people who arrive and who feel unwell. So we have enough resources to pay for the main expenses, key expenses that our city is facing on a regular basis. Of course, there might be some issues when it comes to wiring money or to paying the bills, but we try to coordinate our activities with the state treasury. What about social payments? Are they paid timely? Yes, the city meets its commitments. So we make timely payments when it comes to pension and social payments, etc. So some branches of our city administration have never closed. Some even started working 24/7. We try to find solutions to all possible issues. We understand that we have to save resources as much as possible, but also the time demands that sometimes we have unplanned resources. We have video footage from Chernivtsi and the situation with refugees, but before that I would like to inform you about the outcomes of the third round of the negotiations. They managed to agree on the logistics of humanitarian corridors. The enemy promised to cease fire when they open humanitarian corridors to evacuate people. Because we know that Russians are trying to use humanitarian corridors in order to redislocate or regroup. I know that in Kyiv there was air raid siren, in Chernihiv and Vinnytsia also there were air raid sirens, and so was in Bila Tserkva. That's traditional, so as soon as the negotiations finish, so Russian Federation starts shelling and bombing. So that's their traditional tactics. So back to Chernivtsi and the situation with refugees. So let's listen to what our colleagues have to say. We have a few categories of refugees. Some are heading for Romania, so Chernivtsi for them is just a transit region. But we also have 24,500 people who decided to stay in Chernivtsi. 7,500, these are children. 17,000 of refugees already stayed in Chernivtsi region. We are trying to accommodate those people, we are trying to keep the children busy, we are trying to provide psychological assistance. We have a lot of refugees in Bukovina, but we are even ready to help them with jobs. We don't have the clear idea how it's going to be arranged. Maybe we will ask employment centers to help us here, maybe we will approach entrepreneurs. It's still not clear. I am ready to say goodbye to you, because for me it's time to leave, and the Minister of Digital Transformation managed to make arrangements so that most gaming and entertainment companies leave Russian market. Have a nice evening, safe evening, safe travels home. I know that a few cities are suffering from air raid sirens, so hopefully Lviv will have a peaceful and quiet night. Glory to Ukraine, glory to its heroes.
Вареники. З картоплею. Одну з найсимволічніших національних страв для тих, хто на варті нашої безпеки, готують працівники Центру профтехосвіти, що на вулиці Городоцькій у Львові. Класичними зі шкварками сьогодні годуватимуть чергових на блокпостах а також біженців.
Варимо вареники, тоді на підноси остивають ці, і відра в нас є, і заливаємо навіть смальцем, і маємо на деякий період.
Ліпити пироги з картоплею для вчителів та техпрацівників закладу не новина. Вже 8 років поспіль куховарять для військових. Відправляють їжу на передову. Долучились і нині, страви відвозять в спеціальний штаб, звідти волонтери передають тим, хто потребує.
Вже дуже давно вареники ліпимо, навчилися їх